We're live. Billionaire podcast network. Welcome everybody. It's Corn Fed Saturday. Saturday 10 p.m. Eastern on the East Coast. What is today? It's October 4th. Big day Saturday. It's me, the first billionaire podcaster, the Daniel Plainview of podcasting, the Caucasian Copperhead, the Golden Chocobo.
That's really catchy.
Dolphin Pruitt. And
this is art, folks. Art.
Yeah, dude, the soundboard is an extension of myself. It's an instrument. It's like I'm Yo-Yo Ma, and the soundboard is my cello.
It is funny though, like as the show progresses, right? If you tried to plan out everything, you could never plan out that 6 months in you'd be calling yourself Dolphin Pruitt. You know, without the fans interacting back and forth, that never happens.
Yeah, Dolphin Pruitt's a fun nickname. I like dolphins, and it's cool to take back, to reclaim the name, because you in the past it was always just what black people thought my name was.
Going into a black room,
yeah, because they're bad.
This is what they called you up on stage.
They're bad at white people names, so I'll introduce myself and I'll say I'm Dalton. And well, go, all right, Dolphin. Well, here's the reason I'm calling.
Can I say I'm terrible at black people names? Have you ever tried to read a black person's name?
Yeah.
And I can't imagine that it gets better in a stand-up situation.
Well, folks, you know that those racist musings. Well, that's my Saturday cohort, Dave Wrong the Stinker.
Opa!
Opa! And we're joined this evening by Sara Phinn Huntley, aka I only know you as the Goblin Queens. So
yeah.
Dave has informed me that your name is actually Sara Huntley.
Yep.
So welcome to the program.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, welcome.
I like that little blip. Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, little goblin fella, $2 says, "Greetings, Your Highness." Yeah. One of your denizens says hi.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's great to be here. Yeah, the lore is deep as the sea. So
yeah. Speaking of, look at this, Drew Huntley, $4.99. Peter the Dolphin. Shout out, Legend.
I've got the books. I've got the books on standby for you, Dalton.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's kind of like a blessing that your name has been misinterpreted by people over the years. That's kind of a cool thing.
Yeah. Is Peter
Not everybody gets to be Dolphin.
Yeah, Dolphin's cool. Yeah, it's a nice. It's one of the. Well, it's actually it was a game I enjoyed, but it was actually too hard to finish. But Echo the Dolphin was cool.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's about it when it comes to Dolphin video games.
Yeah.
They need more, obviously.
Yeah, it would be nice, even if they. I guess they could just. It would be nice if they kept making Echoes, because they're fun. It's like you think it's just a game about being a dolphin, but then you have to like fight aliens as a dolphin. That's
crazy.
Cool.
Yeah.
I got so much I want to say, but I gotta wait 6 more minutes for YouTube.
Is Peter the Dolphin the one that lady was giving hand jobs to?
Yeah. I actually I did you a solid here, bro. I brought you some props for your pod. I've got Communication Between Man and Dolphin by John C. Lilly.
That's awesome.
Okay? It's a part of my library. And there are pictures of Peter the Dolphin up in this for real.
Well, I think that lady got a bad rap because I'm not going to say any bad words at the top of the show.
Yeah, we don't need to say any bad words.
Dolphins are known for the R word, So it's like
They are.
how
They're
was
sexual
she?
beings and they're
So
frustrated
she's
too
probably like
sometimes.
doing him a favor so that he wasn't out R-ing people. She was
the
giving him an
only one
HJ.
there. It was just her and the dolphin.
Yeah, so she's
From
giving him
what I
HJs, but the
understand from the
dolphins
books,
will do bad things.
yeah, they'll do
you.
bad things when they're frustrated. And they
Yeah.
were trying to train the dolphins, and Peter was an adolescent dolphin, and he was easily distracted by his urges and stuff. And so that particular researcher, I think her name was Mary, she realized that if they did that thing, that it would release the tension and that he would be easier to train afterward. And so that is how that
It works with
awful
me too.
dolphin lore
Yeah, I
came
have
to
a
be.
lot. I have a lot more in common with dolphins. I thought I did because I also enjoy it when women touch my penis.
That's how they train you. That's how they
Yeah,
train
that's
you.
There's like a picture in the book, and dolphins' penises straight up look like another dolphin. So it's like a fractal. It's like a little dolphin on a dolphin.
Oh, it's like if I was gonna draw anime, that's what I would draw. The penis is like dolphins
Yeah.
shooting out, and then little
Exactly.
dolphins shooting out of the tip.
It's a fractal dolphin situation.
There's dolphins all the way down.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Well, it's Saturday. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
I don't think Squeeze is here yet, but
oh yeah, happy birthday to Squeeze. Oh yeah, I guess
Squeeze's
up
birthday.
top,
Yeah.
Squeeze got his shirt. So up top, I'll say if you want to order official Billionaire Podcast Network merchandise, head over to bpnmart.com. We got shirts, we got stickers, we got keychain.
You gotta see this, dude. This picture just gets better and better.
It's a wonderful picture, dude. He's a big old boy.
Dude, this just the more you look at this, put this on screen, dude. I wish you was here.
You had to pay a little extra for that shirt for the big boy size, which I did too.
We're not talking behind
Squeeze's
back. Happy birthday, Squeeze. There he is. Happy birthday, Squeeze.
Happy birthday.
This picture warms my heart, dude. First the shirt, then I see the hat, then I see the dog, and then you just see this birthday cake bowl that he's eating, dude.
But look how good that shirt looks.
Amazing.
The shirt
That's a perfect memory.
Look how amazing that shirt looks. If you want to own that shirt yourself, to the folks tuning in, anybody watching or listening to this, head over to bpnmart.com and order yours today. We got a small all the way up to the size that Squeeze is wearing. Which
that's the Dolphin Pruitt.
It's the Dolphin. Also the size that I have. So it's bpnmart.com. Happy birthday, Squeeze. Shout out to Sumo Dog.
Yeah, what an amazing picture. I saw he posted that earlier, happy birthday. So I was like, oh. So I look and I just see the Crowder Boys shirt and I was like, oh, that's awesome. Then I see the hat. Then I catch Sumo in the corner. And then I zoomed in on what he's eating. And it's just like, I don't know if those are like cupcakes in some sort of like a cake bowl pudding. I mean, we could pull Squeeze on
birthday
right now.
food.
Mm-hmm.
We could have Squeeze on right now.
What do y'all like to have for your birthday? Do you like cakes, pies?
Steak.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I usually do a
steak
chocolate
and cake.
Yeah, I usually do a chocolate cake from Whole Foods.
You do a chocolate cake. Steak is good. That's a good birthday food. Although I eat a lot of steak, just regular, just in the rotation normally. But it's also good for a birthday. And then I remember when I was a kid. Do you guys? We all used to go to shopping malls. I did think it was always a treat, even though I guess it's like thinking about it now, it's a subpar product compared to an actual cake, but it was such a novelty as a kid. There was that place in the mall. What was it called? Great American Cookie. Remember that?
I think we had like Annie's cookies or something.
There was a place.
Birthday cookies there.
There's a place you would always see it was always like a mall place called Great American Cookie. And they specialize just in like either big ass cookies or cookie cakes as well.
You know, Drew and I had Paradise Bakery at our mall. Yeah.
Okay.
Solano.
You had something similar because I grew up in the South. So when I would go to a mall, you would see Great American Cookie, and they would have like personal size, just big old cookies. And then like the specialty was the big cookie cakes. And I would always want one for my birthday. And then the times I would get one, I would say, this actually sucks.
Oh, really?
I would still do it again though, because every year I get tricked.
Yeah.
I go, man, I might try a cookie cake again.
Yeah, Paradise would have the Otis Spunkmeyer cookies, and I was obsessed with those. Those were the
Well, those are
jam.
good. I'm talking about the big,
The giant
Yeah.
cookie.
yeah, like an 18-inch, like pie size, cake size cookie.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not as good as a regular cookie or a cake.
What about the ice cream cake?
That's amazing.
I like an ice cream cake.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't had one in a while because I've gone non-dairy.
I got to eat someone's birthday cake last night when I came in from going out. Like there was a plate of birthday cake that no one had touched. It was very obvious that no one had touched, and I'm somewhat of a germaphobe, but I saw that it was like perfect. I was like, "This is my moment. I'm going to eat that leftover birthday cake." And it was homemade, and it was awesome.
Wait, was it like left on a plate randomly, or was it like?
Well, there was a birthday party at the place I live, and this beautiful chocolate cake with raspberry sauce and handmade frosting and everything. And some finicky person, bless their heart, did not want the cake. Like their eyes were bigger than their tummy. And I had put it out into the universe. I was like, I want some of that cake. But I was going out to a show. I came back and someone had left a piece of birthday cake on a plate by the sink, and it was untouched. And I was like, that's my cake now.
Do you think they may have cared about you enough that they left you a piece of cake for when you?
No, it was definitely refuse cake. Okay. Yeah, it was goblin garbage refuse cake moment at 3 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll eat some trash cake.
It was trash cake. It was just at that threshold of dignity.
Highlight Drew's last comment there at 10:12.
What did he say?
I'm flying blind, so I don't see all these.
Yeah.
It does. I am its strongest warrior, and that's I gotta push the threshold of the pleroma, as they say.
So it was cake that had been left. Did it have that? Had it been sitting there enough where the frosting had gotten that crunch on it?
No, because it was homemade frosting.
Oh, ooh.
Yeah.
See, that's
the buttercream frosting.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, see, that's the thing about birthday cakes, or just any cake, really. You go to a bakery or you go to Walmart, Kroger, wherever you get one of these cakes, they go heavy on the frosting. Mm-hmm. And it looks nice. Like, you get them cakes where it's like...
It gets crunchy. Like, in an hour, it's starting to get weird.
And the ratio is too skewed, frosting the cake. It's too much frosting for the cake. And you're just getting big globs of frosting that you're eating, and that's not desirable. And that's why I do prefer...
I don't know. I have bought frosting to frost a cake before, and then said fuck the cake and just ate frosting out of the Betty Crocker
so I've
thing
got
with a spoon.
The weirdest childhood memory that's going to dovetail these things. All right, remember in Free Willy when that little kid was like a street kid and he's scrapping around and he was eating people's leftovers before he got that job helping Free Willy, and he was eating the other people's leftover food at the cafes and stuff on the boardwalk. I remember that, and I felt like that kid last night when I was eating my trash cake.
Eating goblin trash cake, yeah.
You were eating cake, dreaming of the sea.
Yeah.
For some reason, all I can think about is Costanza when he opened up the trash. He saw the eclair sitting on top, and he ended up taking it out.
Like that.
I would get in trouble, which being an adult and getting scolded sucks. But I would work at this comedy club in Dallas every weekend. When I say work, I mean do chores for free for some fucking lady. So she might give me 3 minutes of stage time. And so I wasn't making any money. And my only concession, my only reward for doing that was if I got the stage time, but also there was a 2-item minimum at the club. And so they would do the first show, and then afterwards we have to go in and reset the room. And so people would order food just to order something. And a lot of times there would be entire meals uneaten. Mm-hmm. And so I'm raiding tables. I'm eating quesadillas. I'm eating wings. Burger, dude, I'm picking up leftovers. And
You don't say, Dalton.
yeah, and
Sorry.
and I would.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help my. You've been
And
doing good. I know you're on a diet. You've been
I
exercising.
have been exercising, thank
Yeah.
you. And I would get scolded for it though, and I was like, so what? I guess this is one of the scourge of capitalism's of extraction of labor and resources is like, oh, so it's better just to throw this shit away and let my fat ass eat it.
It's not valuable if you can, scrounge it, dude.
Yeah.
That's the logic, right?
Well, a lot of people have that thing. I've heard Chris Pratt talk about when he was in Hollywood working at a restaurant, and it was a steak. It was like a high-end steak place, and he didn't have any money, so he would go to work. He'd pick up double shifts, and they had a hallway from the main room back to the kitchen with just like a register on the side. And so he said you had like 4 or 5 steps where you'd bring an empty thing that had steak that wasn't finished, and you could eat the steak within those 4 or 5 steps. So he'd be like mowing steak.
Yeah.
And then
build your immune system.
Yeah. So he was like, he would only eat steak almost every day, and it was only free, and it was only within that hallway that he could eat. I don't know if that's true, but he tells the story.
This is a good question, actually, for our less ventured folk out there, because Art of Chris, who, by the way, I've been collaborating with Art of Chris on some really great corn fed artwork. He's drawing something for me. It looks really good so far. We might be close to a finished product. He doesn't know what a 2-drink minimum means. So basically, when you go to a venue, especially a comedy club tickets are either very cheap or just free, depending on who the headliner is. If it's like a known guy who's pretty well liked, they probably aren't going to give any tickets away. But the tickets themselves are only going to be like maybe $20 or $30. But then if it's just some road dog, a lot of the people in that room probably got like an email that said, "Here's 20 free tickets, for a show coming up." And so a 2-drink minimum is how the club ensures that they're going to make money, because once you're seated, you have to order at least 2 items off the menu.
Yeah.
And that way they actually make money, because the upcharge, it's probably like 1,000% markup. Like even a bottle of water is going to cost you like $6 or $7. So that's what a 2-drink minimum is. And that's at like pretty much most live entertainment venues is going to have that.
Sorry to interrupt the show, but is the audience getting a slight echo? I'm getting a very, very slight echo.
There's a smidge.
I don't. If the audience can't hear it, I can deal with it. But if the audience can hear it,
let's get some super chats going.
So if you pull up my screen for a second, we can do some plugs. 15 minutes in.
Is this for Sara?
Yeah, this is for Sara.
Yeah.
So if you guys head over to Amazon.com, it is the illustrated field guide to DMT. I'll give Dalton a link to put in the show notes as well.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, so did you illustrate this book? Did you write this book?
So I collaborated with my longtime friend, David J. Brown, who's a writer who's been an interviewer and close friend of a lot of the psychedelic legends of the past, like Terence McKenna, Timothy Leary, Robert Anton Wilson. And David's been my trip buddy for the better part of 20 years. And we cooked up this crazy idea about 10 years ago that we wanted to make an illustrated field guide to DMT entities, kind of like the field guides you'd see in the 70s for different things like flowers or animals and stuff like that, or mushrooms. And we sat on it for a long time because, 10 years ago, DMT was not nearly as big a thing in the sphere of consciousness. But in the past couple of years, as it was growing, especially with folks like, Joe Rogan talking about DMT, we figured it was about time to give it a shot. And so a lot of the illustrations in this little collection are mine, but I also brought in a bunch of my homies from the visionary art community that I've been friends with over the past couple decades. And we brought in Alex Gray, Luke Brown, Elo Projects, the son-in-law of Sasha Shulgin, my good friend Jason Tucker, just like countless artists. So I am sort of like the forefront artist that created the entries for the 25 entities, but it's really a collection of art over many decades of investigation from the whole psychedelic culture regarding DMT entity contact. Yeah.
Wow.
So I do
So
think
so it's like I want to toot my own horn and be like, yeah, I made this art, but we really brought on like well over 20 artists to help us bring this thing to life.
it is crazy because I've never done any hard psychedelics or drugs or whatever, but I have done when I was meditating a ton. I would meditate for like 4 hours at a time and like look at the back of my eyelids and they would turn.
Mm-hmm.
And after like about a 2 hour thing when I was like out of body experience completely in my head and like in like almost lucid dreaming where I could move stuff around and have my ideas, it does turn into these colors. And then when you look it up after the fact, you're like, why are other people in my head? Because this is my imagination and my internal experience. And then you go look and other people are having a similar experience. And then you're like, okay, so this has to be some sort of way that the optic nerves work with these chemicals because it can't be magic. Magic doesn't exist.
Or those chemicals and all that stuff is kind of magic, you know?
Yeah.
But that's really cool to hear that experience because, to be quite honest, like so many people in my sphere are psychonauts and are, you know, like psychedelic users. But these are artifacts of the human consciousness just without those plant medicines and stuff, too. You know, the entopic imagery is what we call it, those visuals behind your eyes. And form the constant is another word that we use to describe the different patterns that sort of form in the closed eye visuals. What up? Yes. Hey, bro.
Oh yeah, it's my sister, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah. Drew Huntley and Sara Huntley, folks. If
Yeah.
anybody was wondering, our brother and
Historic
sister
moment.
bonded by.
I just jumped in to show you the shirt, dude.
Oh, nice! Thanks for buying a shirt, Drew.
Oh, here,
nice.
It's a good
Yeah,
looking
Red-
shirt.
the middle guy.
How does it feel? How does the material feel?
It's actually really nice. It's a good winter shirt.
It's thick.
Yeah, it's thick. It's a good winter shirt. Yeah, I like it. It's like you work out in it when it's like cold outside, and you're like, that's pretty nice. It feels like I'm wearing a gi.
Yeah, it's 100% cotton. When I got one, I was like, "Damn, this is a thick boy. This is a thick shirt." So it's
I want a karate chop shit, dude.
Yeah, it's good material. So thank you.
I think that's what the ex co-host of the Crowder Boys didn't understand. He thought that these were going to be cheap shirts that you get from Printify that you just slap it on. You're trying to make money. This is a quality hand-me-down.
No,
you're going to be giving this to your grandchildren because this type of material is going to last generational.
He needed to focus on growing
this
his
guy?
own brand. Yeah, he needs to focus on growing his own brand is why he left. It has nothing to do with the merch or maybe being associated with us could hinder his ambitions to be friends with Sam Hyde. It's because he's got to grow his brand.
I don't know what's a bit now anyways, but I know that he mentioned that he thought you guys were doing like Printify stuff. But I mean, Drew, Swedes have showed you that these are high quality pieces of merchandise that will be hand-me-downs.
It makes a big difference. I'm going to hit you guys up, find out where you get those nice cotton shirts because I want to make merch. Yeah.
You go to
nice cotton.
Oh, yeah. If you want to get in on making merch, we could introduce you to our artificial intelligence friend.
That's really important. The good cotton, the foundation, the canvas, you know, like the prima facie of the shirt. Yeah, it's like you could put cool image on it, but you want to hand it down to your grandkids, right?
Mm-hmm. It's like owning a Patek Philippe watch or a Richard Mille watch, where it's like it's good, you know. It's to pass on to the next generation.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's what these shirts are.
Generation Beta is going to find that in a thrift store someday. And
How
wear it
many
ironically.
larges of the Crowder Boys shirts were even released, Dalton? I mean,
I don't even know.
limited
I gotta talk
It's a
to.
collector's item now.
Honestly,
it's rarer than a Labubu.
Mhm.
Lily actually has all of the inventory, and I do need to.
Shout out Lily.
Yeah, I do need to reconvene with Lily to get a count and just see where we're at with everything. Because that's the other thing that maybe Craig did not understand with his abrupt resignation is that there is an actual Lily's not just an artificial intelligence, but a real person.
What?
Yeah, who did a lot of work, which she
What's she getting into tonight?
she's not she's shipping shirts out, dude. The orders are coming through quick, so many, there's several orders. But yeah, she did a lot of work that she was frustrated by it, just the way he handled it, but she was like, I'm not too upset. We'll sell, these are good shirts, so we'll sell them.
I actually talked to her because I invited somebody that she's hanging out with tonight on the show as well. But I think Lily and her sister are currently touring the country. From what I can understand.
Yeah, I think they have the means to do things like that. So yeah, they seem to be pretty well traveled. Ooh, shout out to the Huntley's Lee Rector 420.
Hey.
That reminds me, Sarah. I gotta ask you, Sarah? What's your favorite flavor of Gatorade?
Shit. Pardon me. Cherry ice.
Oh, you got it wrong. If you had said
I
red,
agree.
If you had said red or white or name a color, that's a correct.
color?
Red.
Well, white.
The light red,
White.
pinkish one.
I did the same thing. I said
White.
fierce grape, and I've been
It's
attacked.
colors.
No.
The color.
I
The answer is
failed. I'm
blue.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the
Blue.
white kind.
Okay.
Okay, so here's
No.
my next question. Music, the vibe or the message?
The vibe.
Exactly.
I hate to
I'm
be that
surprised.
person. I
No,
hate
I'm
to be that
surprised.
person. I've heard some music that has a great message, but it's like dog shit to listen to.
You don't listen to the message.
Well, I was just
Don't
curious
tag it.
because typically if you go by color, you go by vibe. And if you
Mhm.
go by message, you go by... I've been taking a poll.
I'm a
as we go through
sensory
it.
person, so like the taste, it's like I might read the name wrong on the label and all, but yeah, I feel you.
Yeah, I
Is
go
this a
vibe.
scientific study you're doing, Dave?
For corn-fed, yeah. I've been,
No,
every time we ask these
it's
questions...
Dave showed me some music that was like political and the messaging and all that. But I said this sucks, and
Yeah.
Dave was like, "I'm a lyrics guy," and I go, "I couldn't give a shit about lyrics. I just need it to sound good, and
If it does both, that's awesome.
that's great. But
Yeah.
more than anything, and I've listened. There's plenty of songs where the lyrics are just nonsense, but they like rhythmic with the pentameter or whatever the rhythm they fit, and it's like, oh, they were just trying to find a way to make a song sound good, which is what's important. That's what's important to me.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, we did have that one thing between the two of us, but I've just noticed it in my friends now because of
You have friends?
everybody's different. Take him off the air. Get him out of here.
Goodbye, Drew.
I didn't really. Oh, his mic was kind of, but no.
His mic is always. I love Drew. His audio is always so distracting.
But I didn't know. I mean, I get yes, obviously music is supposed to be fun and it's supposed to be a vibe, but I didn't fully understand. You grow, you learn that some people literally just never listen to lyrics and they're in for the vibe. Mm-hmm. Some people are heavy into lyrics, which I'm not. I'm more of like a message thing. But then you got people that when you're watching Legion of Skanks, everybody just starts singing these songs, and I was like, oh, I don't remember any lyrics. I need them like on the board for me to read.
I can't understand lyrics anyway, and it's just never been that important to me. Well, there's actually I do like to look up lyrics just so I can, if I want to sing along, Yeah. And I would do that, and it's like,
this reminds me, I got a hard out at 11 p.m. I'm meeting Robbie and Matt at the karaoke thing, so I got to get going. Sorry to interrupt.
What's going to be your karaoke song? Have you figured it out yet?
No,
The
I know. I'm just
song that
joking.
Ethan Suplee sings in American History X.
Yeah, I'm just joking because
The
Robbie,
Battle Hymn of the Republic.
Oh my god.
Robbie left Carter Boys early the other day so he could go do karaoke with Matt Marin.
Oh, I see.
Well, he didn't leave early. He left exactly on time. He gave himself a 2-hour window. He did all his obligations, so I'm not throwing Robbie. I was hoping Robbie would actually be here, so I didn't feel like I was talking.
Dave, you want to hit
back.
the keys? You want to hit them keys?
Wait, no. $5 for 1 full minute. No. That's a backtrack. That's 30 seconds. $5 gets you 30 seconds.
I've got my keys right here. I'll give out my keys too.
So there you go. We'll do two sets of keys for 30 seconds, and that equals 1 minute. That would equal 1 minute.
That.
Yeah,
that
with
works.
one set of keys. So everybody start jingling.
All right.
All right.
Oh, I got the wrong hands. I got to switch. You guys have been jingled.
So I think the folks want to hear more about the drugs,
DMT,
the drugs. Yeah, because I tried to
drugs. Sorry, y'all.
be a psychonaut myself, and then I was in the psych ward for quite some time.
Happens sometimes.
Yeah. So I did I only ever actually smoked DMT once, and it was probably like almost 10 years ago, and it was just a little bit. And I said, "This is scary." And then I just got some light visuals, so I didn't do the full psychonaut thing then. But then, what was it? Maybe 4 years ago, I got really into other substances, and then then a 5150 was called on me, and then I was in the psych ward. And I got out, and then I was in the psych ward again. And I think I'm starting to get over the hump from all that. But I've heard that for some people it can be a positive experience.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in Dalton's camp. I never did any psychedelics because, and people won't believe me, but if I do high levels of like marijuana, I get hallucinations and start, I sometimes even get visuals. I've gotten like purple visuals in the past. So I'm a super lightweight. If I just do like 2.5 to 5 milligrams like an edible, I'm in the woods childlike with very bright colors. So it opens up really quick for me. If I do a lot, I can't even imagine when people are saying they take like 200 whatever, because when I used to smoke, I almost ended up in the psych ward from almost borderline schizophrenia.
Yeah. So everybody's neurochemistry is very unique. And that's something that can't really be understated, and that impacts the way people trip. Like, I'm going to be preaching to the choir for some of your audience, and for other people, they're not as familiar with it. So, I'm just going to lay out some basics.
No, it's best if you just talk to them like little children that they are.
Mm-hmm. I'm a super seasoned psychonaut. I've been in the culture for the better part of 25 years or so. I started tripping on psychedelics when I was a teenager, and I started with, MDMA and mushrooms. And I quickly realized that there was something really interesting about this. And it was, more than just like, ooh, magic mushrooms, or like, ooh, ecstasy. And so I was interested in it on like a cultural level, anthropological level, shamanic level. And I kind of made it my special interest in a TISM kind of way. That's probably not the wisest thing to do as a teenager, but I did it, and I followed through with it. And psychedelics are kind of like the spelunking of consciousness. I remember one time I was hanging out with my pops, and rest his soul, he's gone now, but he was a cool dude, and he was very supportive of the weird shit I got into with my life. Like,
wait, where'd he go?
He passed away a couple of years ago. He went to the big show after
the big wave in the sky.
Okay,
it was the big wave,
surfer, right? Yeah.
Yeah, actually was a surfer. Yeah. So he was very supportive of my curiosity, which is unusual, you can imagine for a parent, but he was really trusting. And I shared some psychedelics with him in my time. And he's got some stories that he told me about his youth when he tried some different things like mushrooms and stuff. But he related it to his time scuba diving. He was like, wow, this is kind of like scuba diving. You're going into this deep, dark unknown, and there is like this threshold of mystery to it. And a lot of people, obviously for me, have been spending a lot of time very scientifically cataloging, the doses, the effects, the phenomenology, the psychology, and the chemistry. And I just found that endlessly fascinating as a young person. And so I kind
You're
of
like that.
dedicated a huge chunk of my life to it.
You're like that Jewish guy, Thin Blue Line.
Oh, Hamilton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The son of the Thin Blue Line.
He is kind of like doing some weird spicy shit lately, but there's a little bit of like waves. We'll use some more funny ocean metaphors. There's some waves this past week. He was on Channel 5. Yeah.
What did he do?
So he was a reporter for Vice many years ago. Hamilton Morris, pardon me.
He's Errol Morris's son. Errol Morris.
Yes, yeah, a documentarian.
Yeah.
And so he worked for Vice for a number of years covering psychedelic stuff. And he left Vice to do some work with a psychedelic startup called Compass, I think. You got to forgive me.
Or like Gavin
a couple
McGinnis
years
Day
ago,
Vice, or
a number of years ago. Yeah. And I don't believe he's with them currently. I think he's doing his own Patreon thing. I never really got super into his coverage in journalism just because I'm my own journalism, rat in my own way. But there was just a bunch of news this past week with him being on Channel 5 and symposia and just psychedelic research drama and FDA approval drama. But yeah, that's some wild shit.
Okay.
But yeah, so back to what I was talking about before, DMT is kind of the ultimate of psychedelics. It's kind of stupid levels of intense. It's not just nibbling on a couple mushrooms. It's not like smoking a doobie or whatever. It's a neurotransmitter, neurochemical in your brain. It's actually present in most life forms on the planet, with the exception of insects. So you can find DMT in plants. You can find it in your glass of orange juice in the morning.
We make it naturally too, don't
we? Do.
So
yeah, when we sleep.
Aren't we making it every night to when we go to bed? Or
we are. Yeah.
So the reason that the highs are so quick, even when you smoke it, they pass through, is that the brain's designed to pass it through.
You have all the natural hardware in your brain to receptor sites to absorb that plant material and translate it as if it were what we would say endogenous DMT.
So
you mean indigenous or endogenous?
Endogenous means of within.
Oh, word alert.
Endogenous crap.
We got a word alert on Dalton for once. Usually he's the one that we have the word alert.
Word alert.
I'm not familiar with the word endogenous. I learn things every day, dude.
So endogenous would be my own body's receptors. My endogenous cannabinoid receptors, my endogenous DMT
I didn't know what it
receptors,
meant either.
Sort of
I'm just saying we don't use it.
It's very similarly spelled to indigenous. I have to catch myself, but indigenous is with an I, endogenous is with an E.
Okay. Indigenous I, endogenous E.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So she almost came on tonight, but she's busy. She's in a conference tonight. But my friend Havens she owns a mushroom company out of California.
Cool.
I figured out a mnemonic device. I am indigenous, me am endogenous.
Aside the grammar, it totally works.
Yeah, so there you go.
You're not dodging nothing, Dalton.
That's a Johnny mnemonic device right there.
Okay. I wonder if Dalton's like this, and maybe that's why him and I had similar experiences. When Avens came on and we were talking to her about doing drugs, basically like mushrooms, acid, all the stuff she does at Burning Man, DMT, she and her partner of 20, 30 years now go into the experience with the excitement that they're going to alter themselves permanently and then come out on the other side different. I am fearful of mushrooms and acid and all that stuff because I don't want to change. I don't want to do something where I'm a different person when I'm done. And I hate to like assign.
So I'm scared of sex.
Yeah, I hate to assign like a negative or positive to it, or think of it like brain damage or whatever, because people have told me that I could maybe benefit from microdosing mushrooms for depression or some of that stuff. So it opens everything up. But anyways, I was just curious to ask you and Dalton,
Yeah.
when you're doing this stuff, do you feel scared that you're going to change, or and for me, I do. So I think that's why I have a negative experience with it, because I fight it. Or if you're,
I
or you
think,
go into it saying, I hope that I'm different. when
I
I'm
was
done.
doing all of it with reckless abandon and just embracing whatever came my way until it just went bad on me. So I was like just diving in head first. And
just
I wasn't,
hedonistic recreation.
yeah, I
So
was
I
not
think,
approaching it medicinally or like it was going to do anything good for me.
Yeah.
I said, I want to get high. And then I got high and it was awesome until it wasn't.
Yeah. Set and setting, absolutely. That's kind of like the foundation that they talk about in the scene and the science in general, is that your intention and your set and setting are going to be the things that determine whether or not you have a good or bad experience. And typically when you have a bad trip, it's kind of just an invitation to look at the reasons why, like why you feel anxious, why there's this kind of like friction in your psychology, like confronting certain feelings or whatever. And that's one of the reasons why it's actually so healing for a lot of people. And so the reframe that I would give about the idea, like, am I going to be different after I trip balls? You're going to be more of you, and whatever you bring to it is very much like a force multiplier than it is something. It will change you, but it's going to change you in the way that you point the needle, So like if you're going in with an intention to, sort of like meta evaluate yourself and look at your life and look at, are things working the way you want them to? Should I change some things about how my lifestyle is, or how I think about stuff, or how I, live life? It can be really amazing as like a self-analytical tool to kind of defrag your brain. I think of it like that a lot.
I had a pretty powerful revelation one night. Me and my buddy Jamie Gravy, a comedian in Austin now, we took some acid one night and we went and laid in a soccer field, and I looked up at the stars, and I remember like very vividly having this like this epiphany, this revelation, like some truth came to me that said, and it said,
why do they call it football when we use our hands, and why do they call it handball when they use their foot? Sorry.
No, it was just like this very powerful voice in my mind said, a man who don't own no land ain't no kind of man at all. And I said to Jamie, I said, whatever we do in life, we got to figure out a way to own some land at some point. And then we just laughed about that for like an hour. But I still attest to it's, land ownership is how you stake your claim in this country.
That's what the forefathers thought.
Yeah. So that's always my goal, is at some point own land.
It's interesting because that's a message in one way or another that psychedelics definitely tell a lot of people, that sort of like connection to the earth. I'm going to sound really hippie and really kind of gay, but the connection to the earth, the connection to the ecosystem, being a steward of the environment. And I don't mean in like, stupid political environmentalist manipulative way. I mean a very sincere way, salt of the earth kind of people, being connected to the seasons and understanding, the stars and, the rotation of the earth and all these beautiful knowledges that our ancestors handed down to us. Psychedelics definitely tap into those vibes for a lot of people. And it's very timeless, and it crosses a lot of different cultures.
Before like the government got heavily involved in like contracts and who owns stuff, and we put a flag here, so this is ours. Like land ownership was just the extension of your self ownership. So I own this, and then I have my kids. And the land that we owned was what we could actually steward and take care of, like what you mixed your blood, sweat, and tears. So you couldn't just say, I own all these 100 acres, because if you weren't taking care of that other 50 acres, somebody else could start taking care of it, and then you'd have to talk. And so I can definitely see like a more natural way that people were communing with even the soil, like, you know, in not saying that in a hippie way, meaning contractually, meaning if I was, this is the area I could protect, then this is the area that was mine, and it was respected. And then if you gave up on it because somebody else was using it, you're like, they could kind of have it. There was like a natural exchange. Whereas nowadays people put flags in, and then you're like, oh, I need some land. And they're like, too bad, this guy will shoot you in the face or throw
I
you in the
didn't
cage
understand
for
it
me.
that way. That was just like a voice in my head said that, and then I interpreted it as I said to my friend Jamie, I said, real estate is a great way to generate passive income.
Yeah,
You're like, dude, we need to start pasting some Facebook ads, dude, so when people are scrolling, I can sell them land.
Yeah, so I was talking to him, and I was just pointing at all the buildings. And I said, you see all these buildings? Somebody or some entity owns these, and they make money just because these buildings exist.
Oh, you wanted to convert to Judaism?
Oceanside property.
You wanted to convert to Judaism, Dalton?
I
You
said,
can still do that.
You got to get in on whatever this scheme is, where you just
Do you have a foreskin?
No.
Well, you're halfway there then. Just to converting.
I was
already done the hard part.
Yeah.
I said, I don't even understand how one person can own a whole building, but it happens, and everybody that's paying rent in that apartment complex over there is kicking their money up to whatever guy or company owns that building. We got to get in on that shit.
We got to get those 7K checks, Dalton.
Yeah.
We got to figure out how to do that. Yeah.
What is this? Oh, yeah, this is true. Tonkat Ali in large doses is one of the most powerful psychedelics. Thank you, Lee Rector. It is true. So you started, Sarah, you started doing drugs when you were a teenager, and it was profound enough that you devoted your scholarly work and creative work, or at least a certain percentage of your endeavors, to the further study of drugs, which is the study of drugs, like just is doing more drugs.
You know, I wonder that myself sometimes. Like, I wonder if there are people who study it without imbibing, and I don't really know how they do that on a personal level. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it is subjective, but I feel like the academic part of it's kind of it enriches the subjective part of it.
It's crazy. I mean, I'm gonna feel like I'm tripping now, but like I was like, what is a drug, man? Because we're calling it drugs, but it's like I've never done mushrooms, but I would feel more comfortable doing mushrooms than I do taking anything that's a pharmaceutical company's putting on a shelf.
You never had a perk 30 then.
Yeah, but I mean,
you're
that's
talking
a drug.
You're talking without ever having.
You know,
no, I'm saying a perk 30.
Everything's a drug. Yeah,
I would call that a drug. But like a mushroom, it's just like it's not like it's natural, man. But I feel like the pharmaceutical company was like, these are all like bad drugs, but we make medicine. And it's like they've advertised this propaganda that we start internalizing. And it would be nice if we figured out some sort of categoric system that was objective, where we could say this is how you label something as like mind altering or a chemical, because like, you know, water's a chemical, everything's a chemical. So what's the next thing that you do, like mind altering? Like,
there's a great classic where Dr. Andrew Weil, he did a book From Morphine to Chocolate, and that was a book on Drew and I's bookshelf when we were teenagers that we really enjoyed. And it goes through the whole gamut with that kind of understanding that like even chocolate is a drug, you know, the theobromine in it, like you get a buzz from it. Yeah.
I think there's got to be a level too where like every individual level, but then, you know, on the aggregate, whether or not your body has some sort of system to work with it. And like that'll be different. Like some people have higher tolerances to alcohol and some people have less. And so it's more of a poison to some people and more of like for me, I can drink a couple beers, never think about it again. Other people get hooked. Other people get sick and red faced. But you were saying like DMT gets flushed through the brain pretty easily. I know marijuana's got receptors in the brain, but then you get something like Perks that I don't think has receptors in the brain from on the opium end of it.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, there's opiate
sure.
receptors in your
Oh, there
body
is
and your brain.
Opioid.
Oh yeah.
There's opioid.
But not,
receptors.
but I mean like, sorry, I used the wrong term, but I mean like, it's not easily passed like a DMT or something like how it gets filtered.
Oh,
So I would say
that would
like
be like metabolic
It
rates.
better
and
not
stuff.
be for what I'm paying for it. It better last quite some time.
Yeah, for sure. So one of the funny things about DMT is that when you smoke it, it's very fast acting because
Yeah.
there's an enzyme in your body, monoamoxine, that breaks it down. And when
Yeah.
you drink something like the Amazonian brew ayahuasca, it has an MAOI, monoamoxine. I'm probably saying that wrong. The inhibitor. It's in your stomach digestive acids. And when you take an inhibitor, it turns that off. And so it allows the DMT to perpetuate longer metabolically in your system. And so when you trip on ayahuasca, which is the Amazonian shamanic brew in countries like Peru with the indigenous people, that trip lasts for 5 to 6 hours, and it could even go longer depending on how many cups you have.
This is a great
And
example
get
that
free
you bring
2-day
up
shipping.
because when you're taking
It's
DMT,
Amazonian.
it almost
Amazonian,
goes.
yeah. Get it shipped to your door. Get that mimosa hostilis. It's a pain in the butt to pull, though.
Mhm.
A DMT where it goes through your body almost instantaneously with like zero sickness. Mushrooms do make people sick. It takes
They
a
give
lot.
me tummy
Yeah, it
aches.
gets because it's
The
almost like a
MAOI
poison.
makes you shit your brains out with
Yeah, and then the
ayahuasca.
ayahuasca is even more
You
intense.
purge hard. Yeah.
So this is what I'm saying. It would be interesting to like with that book that you mentioned to categorize them because like some of those are like maybe a drug or a chemical, or whatever you want to call it, but some of them have a poisoned you're almost getting a poison reaction instead of like a positive. You're getting a positive, maybe mental medicinal purpose, but a negative physical. Where other ones might give you a
there's an
positive
important
physical
differential,
and
though.
a positive mental.
Yeah. There's an important differential between things that are physiologically unpleasant versus things that actually have a toxicity to them. So ayahuasca isn't really a toxicity reaction, but it definitely has lots of
Well, people are
unpleasant side effects.
vomiting and stuff because they can't keep it down. How does that get categorized? I guess would be my question.
That is a good question. See, like a toxin is something that would potentially linger in your body and continue to cause damage, whereas the side effects are just an artifact of the biochemistry and your body reacting to the MAOI inhibitor.
Because as a hippie,
It
for
would
me
just,
at least.
well, hold on, wait a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's like saying ATM machine because I think the I in MAOI stands for.
Yeah, it is. I definitely, that's a linguistic glitch I have
We
for
all
sure.
do it.
It's a redundancy I have. Yeah.
PIN number, ATM machine,
Right.
MAOI inhibitor.
It's a redundancy for sure.
that's-
I'm glad
that's-
you caught that. I'm trying to iron that out in my speech, but it's a persistent one. So good catch.
Yeah, but
Dalton is a cunning linguist.
That's a human phenomenon. We all do that. It's just something I.
Some are better than others. I'm not so good at that one in particular.
Like a PIN number?
I spent
$80,000
on an English degree. And so I can at least point out, I'm going to get my money's worth by
how many can we name?
Linguistic redundancies.
PIN number, ATM machine. Mm-hmm. What was the one that Sarah said?
MAOI inhibitor.
Inhibitor. Okay, let's keep
I
going.
is the inhibitor. I can't even think of any other ones.
We did it. That's all of them.
That's all of them. Zip zap zap.
Riffing machines, guys.
Yeah, dude.
Get those super chats going if you want more action-packed riffs like that.
I'll send a super chat. I'll show you some pictures from this communication between man and dolphin book. How about that?
I might be a little foggy in my mind because I'm trying to recalibrate myself, and so like I've been like low energy, lethargic for like 2 years, and I'm trying to
I have
force.
too. I wonder if I have long COVID the other day.
And so I'm trying to like force myself to just like stay awake throughout the day.
Yeah.
'Cause I just have a bad habit of.
I heard you awoke
They got
already.
drugs for that, Dalton.
Well, I did. Speaking of, well, I'll finish this
You don't
sentence.
have the woke mind virus then.
I do have the woke
if
mind
you're trying to
virus.
sleep all
I
day.
actually contracted the woke mind virus earlier today because I went and saw one battle after another, and I got a heavy, a very terminal case of the woke mind virus from that movie. What was I saying? Oh, so I'm like trying to force myself to stay awake throughout the day and just go to bed at a reasonable hour and sleep only when you're supposed to sleep, because usually I'm just like mostly asleep and then I will wake up for things I need to do. And so today I feel like disoriented because it's like, oh, I haven't slept 16 hours. You know? But
Which
to Sarah's
I think
point,
that's what Andrew Huberman tells you to do. Sleep for 16 hours a day, then podcast for 4. You go back to bed.
But to Sarah's point, I did find a wonderful product, and this is drugs, but it's a really good product called. No, this is not an advertisement.
Dayquil.
It's not Dayquil. No, I found these like pouches, these sachets of something called Liquid IV Plus Energy, and they're pretty great. It's the caffeine in it is from is coffee berry extract or something, so it's not like, I don't know. It says it's supposed to be natural caffeine, and then it's got like this energy stack, so it's all the electrolytes and shit that come with regular Liquid IV, but then it's also got like a B vitamin, like B3, B5, B6, B12, L-theanine, like all these different energy
That sounds
multipliers.
awesome.
Yeah, and so I drank 2 of them actually. One before the movie because it was a 3-hour movie, and then one after the movie, so I get ready for this.
I heard something interesting about Liquid IV.
But I will say it, and you know, they don't sponsor this show. I would love a sponsorship.
I'm sure they're listening. Liquid IV.
I'm just singing the praises of this because it was 26 pouches to a box, and it was less than $30. So it ain't a bad deal. It probably averages out to about $1 a pouch, maybe.
Somebody told me that they have something in Liquid IV, and I take LMNT, which is like a limit, the LMNT salt packs with the potassium and magnesium. I was told that Liquid IV, if you drink it and it tastes sweet, that means you're dehydrated and you're lacking electrolytes.
Mine tastes
salty, then it means you have enough electrolytes and that you should only be drinking 1 pack.
Oh, man, I was really salty.
But if yours is, they're saying if it's salty, that's fine. You can drink it for that day, but not anymore. But if you wake up in the morning, you drink it and it tastes sweet, you should have another one like throughout the day, and then you should drink them and basically so that until they don't taste sweet anymore, until they do taste salty.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know if that's true.
And just real quick, I'll give my movie review. I liked it. One battle after another. I enjoyed it. A brisk 3 hours. It truly did not feel like a 3-hour movie.
What was the name of it?
One battle after another. It's the latest Paul Thomas Anderson movie. Probably the most money any studio's ever given him to make a movie. I think Warner Brothers I think the budget was like $175 million. And it is a radical leftist, woke garbage movie, I'm told. It's definitely very.
It's not a war movie. It's not
a war. Is that true?
It's a political movie.
It's very politically motivated, and it's very focused in its politics. It's like overtly leftist.
Have you been propagandized?
I told you I caught the woke mind virus from it.
Wow.
But it's, you know what? I'll say that because I am staunchly.
Give this man some drugs. He has a disease now. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm staunchly leftist. I've declared a stance that I'm leftist. I'm buying the dip on leftism. I think it's going to. And right, if you're just now getting into right wing ideology, you're buying the top on the right, and you're about to be left hold. You're about to get rug pulled on that. So I'm buying the dip on.
I hope the whole government burns to the ground. How about
That's
Two
that?
wings,
kind of
same
the
bird.
premise of this movie.
Good.
It's kind of like the whole the movie's about like leftist revolutionaries who are trying to do a revolution, and the trials and tribulations and pitfalls therein that occur due to one Captain Stephen J. Lockjaw, played by Sean Penn.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's right on
Efforts
the
to
nose.
foil these revolutionaries. It's it was really good. And the thing with a movie that political, that's like the vision for the movie or the intentions being so like overtly political, it's still Paul Thomas Anderson. So anybody that's saying it's a bad movie or that it was made poorly
Yeah.
is being disingenuous, or they're just stupid. They're just letting their politics get in the way of acknowledging that even if you don't agree with the politics, it's still an incredibly well made movie. It's so good. It's so like the pacing and the performances and the camera work, dude. There's the climax that happens on this like long stretch of road in the California.
Oh, there's porn in it too?
Yes. No, the climax of the movie is this long stretch of road somewhere in like, I think like Northern California, like in the desert. Dude, it's so good. I loved every second of it. There's the score in the movie.
Is it a documentary or is it
No.
it's
No.
a
Narrative,
story? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a Leonardo DiCaprio, Benicio del Toro, Sean
Okay.
Penn, Regina King. But it's like
Good actors.
the score of the movie is this like almost constant aggravating piano melody. Like it's this really anxious, frenetic piano thing happening that makes you feel like you're going fucking crazy watching it. Like
That's the propaganda machine
Dude, it
grinding away at your
instills,
brain.
Sounds like really good propaganda, to be honest.
It's really good propaganda, but it makes, because like DiCaprio's character in the movie is like very paranoid. In the score of the movie, this constant piano noodling that's happening induces in you the same paranoia that he has, because it's fucking constant throughout the movie. But it's so effective because it's like, like I said, it's a 3-hour movie, so everything comes together to make it feel like it's not 3 hours. Like it,
You know what my favorite 3-hour propaganda movie is, Dalton?
the news.
American
Dune.
History X.
Oh, did you say Dune?
Yep, I did.
Wow.
Yeah, deep cut.
We've talked quite a bit about Dune here.
I know. Have you read his other books? Any of his other weird stuff?
I've only read Dune and Dune Messiah. I've not gotten around to the other 3 books.
Well, I got a fun book recommendation for you that's outside of the Dune series from him. The Dasani Experiment is really good.
The Dasani Experiment? Like water?
Dasani.
Dasani.
Dasani. Yeah.
Okay.
Very, very good.
Is that the Riyadh Comedy Festival?
Oh, I love what I meant, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a mind warp for sure. The end of it, I had smoked some hash and I was on like a train in SF and I had an existential crisis. It was so good at the end. I missed my stop 3 times going both ways because I was just like engrossed in this book. Highly recommend. Yeah.
I did have, I will say one of because I think the chat wants to hear the chat's been asking for, what is DMT like?
Oh, DMT is fucking wild. Pardon my language. It's
Please keep it kosher around here.
I'm sorry, man. I know. I don't want.
Well, let me slow it down because they've been asking this for a while. So first off, when you this smokable DMT, correct?
Yeah.
So you smoke it. How long from when you hit it to when you're high, and then how long does that high last?
30 seconds, and you blast off. We call it blasting off into hyperspace. Okay. Back in the day, you would have, this is going to sound very illicit, but you would have an oil burner, which is essentially a freebasing crack pipe. And you would have your DMT, which would be extracted from Mimosa hostilis. It would either be like a pale yellow, like the inside of a banana peel color, pale yellow, if it's highly refined. Or it would be like waxy, have a little bit more plant material, more alkaline, a little bit more golden brown. You would put that in your pipe and you would use a butane lighter to light it. And
it happens
smoke,
immediately.
And it happens so quick. It happens so quick. You need a spotter. It happens so quick. You need a spotter because if you drop the pipe, you can potentially burn yourself. That would not be fun, right?
Yeah.
But
And
the
these are the
smokes,
pipes that you can buy at the gas station that have a little rose inside of them.
I don't know if it has a rose inside of them, but definitely some cracky gas stations would carry stuff like that. But
Okay.
there would be the smoke is nasty. The smoke tastes like burnt rubber of a shoe
That's
or lawn furniture or
that's what
mothballs.
that's what I remember is a
It's
friend of
very
mine
difficult to hold into your lungs. It does not smell good.
a friend of
Yeah.
mine like 10 years ago, because in my college town, it was going around, everybody was talking about DMT, and I was like, what is that? And they were like, it's this thing somebody makes in their bathtub. And a friend of mine had gotten some, and he said, let's smoke this, and he sprinkled it onto a bowl of weed. And that was how we smoked it. And
Yeah.
what I remember distinctly from it is it smelled and tasted like dog shit. It was
It's a
really
nasty
gross.
thing. It's not going to be as strong when you put it on a bowl of weed just because the direct flame is not going to vaporize it. It's going to burn it. And so when you put it in an oil burner, you're vaporizing it. You're very lightly touching it with the butane flame and it vaporizes in the pipe. You're freebasing it. Like it's very illicit in me describing how you would smoke DMT back in the day. Nowadays they got vape pens. You can vape pen DMT. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And so you hit it. You, as Terrence McKenna, the granddaddy of DMT, he was like the, premier enthusiast, you would say, like in the 90s, late 80s and 90s. Ethnobotanist who was educated in Berkeley. Bless his soul, he passed away in 2000. And he would say, you want to take 3 deep tokes as much as you can hold it in. So you like,
He missed 9/11.
and you hold it in, and before you're even exhaling it, you're starting to feel your body kind of like, it feels sort of euphoric at first. It feels like kind of fuzzy, like a tingling sensation, a euphoric tingling. And you look around and everything starts to get a little bit like covered in fuzzy crystals that reflect light. It looks kind of holographic. And then you start to see like glyphs, weird shapes forming in the air that look like floating glass shapes. And then you start to see these waving patterns like mushrooms, or LSD is more mathematic and more crystalline kinds of hallucinations. But the
Yeah,
DMT
I was
has
doing
this like
differential equations.
undulating, breathing, pulsing quality. And you look at everything around you and you get a change in your what do you call it? Like the depth of field perception, like the space looks like it feels like it expands a little bit. And by then you're ready to close your eyes because your body's kind of going limp, to be completely frank. And so you close your
And
eyes, you lay back, you have your spotter take the pipe from you so you don't burn your leg or whatever. And you lay back and you are transported, for a lack of better language to describe it. You close your eyes and you start to see what we call a chrysanthemum veil, which just means a fractaline mandala, a very large circular dome-like geometry. We call it hyperbolic geometry. And that's a chrysanthemum veil. And it's this huge, expansive space. A lot of people experience that predominantly, but if you inhale enough, that space is almost like a wormhole in between Bardo. And you can pop through that place like a bubble, which we call breaking through, which is what we refer to. Terrence would talk about it in that kind of language, as well as Joe Rogan might talk about it in that kind of language. And you would break through into another dimension. And this dimension is populated most times, about 96% of people experience what we call the other, which can
so I
be
can
any
slow you
kind
down
of,
for 1 second.
yeah.
So this whole thing that you're explaining right
It's
now is
happening in
taking
5 minutes.
okay, 5 minutes. So the trip
The
is
trip is
taking
5 to 10 minutes,
okay.
but it
But
feels like
be,
eternity
this
when
is
you're
what I
in
was going to
there.
say. So relative though with
Time
when you're
dilates
there,
and you feel like it's timeless and
okay.
potentially like forever. Time doesn't
Similar
really
to how
operate in the
like
same
when you
frame
wake up with a
rate.
dream and you're like, holy crap,
Yeah,
I lived like this 20-minute dream, but really you're
absolutely.
or hours, and you're really in this little 30-second window of REM for a little bit through the night or
Yeah.
whatever. Okay. But you're experiencing that intensely as that runs through you.
Yes.
So I'm sorry. So you
And then
break
you
through
meet
this
elves
bubble.
and shit. Yeah.
So you break through this bubble, and on the other side of this bubble, you run into
entities. You run into elves. A lot of people will describe them in different ways personally. Terrence McKenna called them self-transforming machine elves. He also called them tykes. I'm looking for a particular illustration in the book here that I have that I want to show you guys. Um, This is the first time I smoked DMT. This is what I saw. I'm pardon the glare.
Okay,
But this
so
is in the
there is
book.
like a person
So
in the
it's
middle of
tie-dye.
that.
Yeah.
Like
If
a
you can
Native
see-
American headdress on or something, and
Yeah, a little
maybe
crystal
like a
headdress.
hand,
That's
and it looks like a
actually-
shield.
It's a very astute observation.
Yeah.
One of the things that seems to be very common is that they'll take on a humanoid shape. I don't know if that's for them to relate to us or whatever, but there's some kind of like not so normal human head. Like we've just got a dome up here. But a lot of times people will think that it's like a jester and it's like a like little jester fractal head thing. Some people think it's a headdress. Some people think that it's some kind of like antenna, whatever. But there's a commonality
Bart
in what people
Simpson.
see, that there's some
Yeah, Bart
headgear
Simpson
going
here.
on.
Bart Simpson's head.
Yeah.
Eat my shorts. Yeah.
Yeah.
You actually, this what you're describing kind of reminds me of an experience I had when I was a child, like this, seeing the geometric patterns and breaking through and all that.
Mhm.
And I got it pulled up here, and I was going to try and describe it, but I think it would be best just to show people that.
Yeah. Is this a bit? Because I'm ready
Honestly,
to laugh.
this is not. I'm not doing a bit because this was the first thing I thought of when you started describing like breaking through and
Yeah.
going to this hyper space or whatever. This was the first thing that came to mind. It does remind me of this, so we'll just. I just want to show everyone this real quick. It's about 2 minutes. I don't know
Yes,
if you guys remember.
I do. It's Star Fox.
Yeah, so on the second level, asteroid, there's a
This is a deep cut.
there's like a secret level in this level that you can access through DMT.
You're about to blow our mind, dude.
You can also lock on the enemies this way.
So here we go.
I don't know if I ever got to see this secret level.
So here, this is what you were describing.
Never give up. Trust your instinct.
That's Peppy. It's my favorite. Drew's probably freaking out right now. He loves this game.
Okay, so is this like DMT?
Yes. Yes. So you've got this beautiful, like, eternal space with this gradient and those geometric shapes, that you saw that were like, little mathy shapes. Imagine veils of that in different, like, colors and fractals overlapping each other. And you're flying through it just like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
You saw you had to fly through the little octagons or whatever those shapes to then go through the hyperspace, break through.
This is
Now-
so legit.
Now we're in the DMT realm, shooting
Yeah.
butterflies.
Yeah. This reminds me of Joe Rogan and Duncan Trussell as we watch this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Somebody
next
over
level,
there at
though.
Nintendo
I love it.
had their hands on some pretty powerful.
Oh, all those guys back in the early video game days were doing all sorts of drugs.
Because I remember as a kid.
Except for, like, here's the scary part. So, like, you're in this space, right? But then, like, and I'm not necessarily going to be coloring it with, like, the vibe or whatever. But, like, imagine you just see a random Andros character at the end. And maybe he's not a baddie or whatever. Maybe he's, like, more angelic or just, like, a trickster jester or whatever. But you would end up meeting some kind of weird hyperdimensional entity. Like some Andros thing would pop up at the end.
Yeah,
Did you ever watch Star Trek Next Generation?
A little bit.
You remember Q, the character Q?
I love Q. He's my dude. I love Q. He's my favorite.
So when you run into these gestures and stuff, do they give you a feeling of like Q? Like he was this all-knowing trickster thing that was like kind of messing around but helpful but not helpful, but you weren't sure if he was being helpful.
They're all different.
Yeah.
I've met some that are kind of Q-like. I've met some that are very friendly and definitely had a sense of, camaraderie. Like they are kind of like my homies. And that's probably one of the reasons why I became so interested in DMT because I'm like, why am I intrigued with these weird elf-like entities that are friendly and engaging and there's this communication going on?
Yeah, like so when you smoke DMT now, like you do it multiple times. When you break through now, are they like, Oh, Sarah, hey, take off your shoes before you come in. Are they
They
like?
definitely remember you.
They remember?
There's like, I think it's so infinitely populated with different beings that like there might be some reoccurring characters like in a dream, like, oh, I've seen this being before. There's always new characters as well. Yeah, there's a picture I want to show you guys from part of the book. There's a phenomenon that people like to call the waiting room. And this is probably the closest depiction I've been able to create with AI of what the waiting room looks like. This was an experience I had where I was brought into this geometric room and an entity rolled me around in a little carriage, giving me kind of this bizarre orientation
That's
to
scary.
hyperspace.
It
It's
reminds you of, like,
okay. Just I'm gonna be
Beetlejuice.
totally honest. DMT is not for the faint of heart. It is scary. It's very intense. It's very overwhelming. It's very surreal and weird. You're like, what the fuck? I'm in another dimension. So it's definitely something that can challenge your perception of reality on a fundamental level, for sure.
I got a story I want to share, but you guys probably won't believe it, but I don't care.
I like
So,
those stories.
have you
Let's
ever
get some
had?
super chats going.
Have you ever? Do you know what yerba mate is?
Yerba mate?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it's about $5 a can.
yeah. So my
Yeah.
buddy sent me a 12-pack of these energy drinks where that was the main energy instead of caffeine. He's like, dude, these things are great. Try some. So I took one the first day and I was like, oh, these are really good. I'm full of energy. And then I went to bed and I slept like 4 or 5 hours tops. Woke up full of energy, but it felt like I didn't really sleep.
Yeah.
By like day like 3 or 4 of using these energy drinks one a day, I was starting to like in between theta state of sleeping or whatever.
Smell colors.
I know I'd opened my eyes and there was like a green, like when I used to have night terror paralysis, the thing that you would sleep on your chest, like
Yeah.
that me, I would wake up and there'd be one of those, but it was fluorescent green and it was in my like living room and it
Whoa.
was freaking me out. And then I would wake up and then it wouldn't and I would be able to move. So I was getting sleep paralysis, but it was this green, like it almost looked like one of those robotic dogs from Boston, like Dynamics.
DARPA, the Boston Dynamics. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
fluorescent green, and it was like going in and out, getting up on my bed on my chest, and then I would fight, and finally wake myself up.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I got to get off these.
Gotta get
yerba
off the
mates.
mate.
So
Dude, it's a yerba mate demon.
Yeah, so I got rid of those things, and I did. I started thinking like, So I
You
looked it
angered
up.
the yerba mate spirit by buying it in a can. You got to
I
get the
look-
little gourd.
I looked it up, and there is like ancient people that talk about like what this did and where it came from or whatever that
That's
had similar
epic.
stuff like this. So I was
I
like,
believe
this screwed me up. So then I'm off it for like a month and the thing's still showing up. So I call my buddy who like was into the Bible and stuff, and he's like, you got to confront this thing or it's not going away.
You got to drink 12.
No. So like I went to bed that night
You
and
gotta smoke the whole pack.
instead of like for like a couple days, instead of like forcing myself to wake up like it was a dream, I just said, all right, just sit with it and see what it does. So when I had that dream, I had to like lucid dream and stay paralyzed and come over, and it kept coming over and like sniffing me. And like it was like Sigourney Weaver in my dream, like sweating, and the thing's like close to me and like, don't freak out, just see what it's gonna do. And then after like 3 days of this thing checking me out, I just never had the dream again. But it was so fucked up because usually you have a recurring nightmare and then it like goes away, then it comes back, whatever. Like I knew when I went to bed, this thing was going to confront me. And when I was like, okay, scientific brain, you did too much caffeine, you were sleep deprived, you were like the chemicals didn't work well with you, whatever. And then I talked to my friend that does the mushrooms and stuff like that, and she's like, yeah, you're just messing around with demons, dude, and you gotta don't do that. So anyways, that was the most psychedelic experience I've ever had, and it was off these energy.
You sound like a sensitive man.
You ever take off
Not as an insult, but like a sensitive instrument. You know, some people are just very highly cued to those chemical state changes, and just from the sound of
I
that
thought I was
experience,
going-
like
schizophrenic.
You be careful. Yeah. Wow.
I thought I was going schizophrenic. I told a couple people about it. I had to confide in my friend Troy, my friend Doug, because I was like, hey, I'm here alone and I'm having these wicked, vivid nightmares and they're freaking me out. And I'm afraid that I'm going to have a psychological break. And I had one in the past. So, yeah.
Dude.
So, anyways, don't drink that stuff. Don't drink strange yerba
You're
energy
getting
drinks
geeked on the
offline.
mate.
Yeah. And if you have any predisposed like familial history with any kind of, mental illness or things like that, and I'm speaking to chat and audience and stuff, like definitely don't go experimenting with psychedelics
I
for
learned that the hard
sure.
way. I learned that lesson firsthand through
Yeah.
just doing it.
Yeah.
That's why I've never done psychedelics. That's why I've never done cocaine or whatever, because if I just do like caffeine and like B12 and some weed, I'm already stimmed to the sky. So I was like, I don't even know what cocaine would do to me. So I'm not even going to test it.
I learned just through actually experiencing it. And then when I had
That's
to talk,
rough. Yeah.
when I had to talk to a doctor, well, I think like where I screwed up was abusing these substances, like using them a lot.
You went into that waiting room with that guy in the carriage and
I
you
lived in the
slapping
waiting
him
room.
in the face. Dude.
I was living in the waiting room, dude.
Dude, that would fuck
Yeah.
me up, dude. I can't even drink energy drinks. I can't
happy
imagine what
birthday,
it feel like.
Happy birthday, sweet friend of Sumo Dog. Shout out Sumo Dog.
Sumo Dog.
Did you have
Happy birthday,
experiences-
Sweeze.
Experiences like Sarah was mentioning with the waiting room and stuff?
No, I never did those kinds of drugs. Like I didn't. Like I said, I only smoked DMT once, and I took just enough to get really scared. And I said, I don't want to do whatever Joe Rogan be talking about.
Even weed makes me scared.
But then all the other drugs, I was because I primarily stuck with marijuana, mushrooms, and LSD.
Yeah.
Those are not like, it's not like what you see in the movies where you have like, at least in my experience, it wasn't like I was having reality breaking hallucinations where I was seeing things that weren't there. It was more just like the shift in perspective. Like, yeah, I would just feel a certain way. Like it would be like a new way to just feel what existing is like. I don't know how to describe it.
That's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, it's sort of like I don't know, going from like 2D to 3D in Super Paper Mario.
A lot of people talk about it that way. Yeah.
Yeah,
we call it flatland. Going from flatland to like we call it 5D. The hippies call it 5D consciousness.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that's what I was doing. And I guess there are some visuals, just like somebody walks by you and you can see their soul following them, something like that.
Oh, Donnie Darko style.
Yeah.
Maybe like an aura. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the tube coming out of their belly that shows you their future. But
that's sort of like the silver thread in mysticism and hermeticism. Yeah.
And so eventually that all went sideways, and I was in the psych ward. And so when the doctor was questioning me, he was like, "Well, what all are you doing?" And I told him all the drugs I've been taking. He's like, "Do you take any prescription medication?" I was like, "Yeah, I take Lexapro, which is an SSRI inhibitor."
Fuck. Sorry. Oh my god.
Yeah, and he said, "Okay, well, you definitely should not do that." So that's probably
no.
That's probably what caused this. And then he was like, "Is there any history of like mental illness in your family?" And I go, "Oh, big time, yeah." And he's like, "So yeah, you're probably like predisposed to like mania and psychosis."
Yeah.
So he was like, "I would advise you to never do anything fun ever again." Because you'll probably wind up back in the psych ward and you may not come back from it if you ever have like an episode like this again. So since then I just have been, sober. Except for like I take like 800 milligrams of diphenhydramine every night to go to sleep. And
what is that?
Benadryl.
Benadryl.
I'm kidding. But that
I'll see that Benadryl demon.
I've hung out with the Benadryl demon a few times, the Hat Man.
Yeah,
I have done that a few or
you're brave. That's scary.
Yeah, because if you take a high enough dose of Benadryl, you just induce delirium, and and you see like creepy crawlies everywhere, and then there's a guy standing in the corner of the room wearing a hat, like a Babadook.
Oh my god.
And they call him the
No,
Hat
thank
Man.
you.
Yeah, it's sort of like the Benadryl high. If you take like hundreds of milligrams, even maybe 1,000 milligrams a gram, which is crazy, is like doing a drug where you say, I want to go to Silent Hill.
I heard if you do too much Benadryl, your penis shrivells up inside your belly.
No, dude, it makes you so fucking horny.
Oh,
Dude,
really?
it's crazy how you're.
Oh, maybe that was NyQuil that I was.
So then you're horny and you have to deal with the Hat Man and creepy
Dude,
crawlers
it's
all over
so
the
Do
walls.
you make love to the Hat
It's
Man?
crazy how you're terrified. You're like you've induced. You're delirious.
Yeah.
And you're having like real, just scary hallucinations. And then, but then at the same time, you're like, dude, I have to jack off right now.
Wow.
And it's crazy. And the funny thing
Hey,
is,
Hat Man, turn around. You're kind of cucking me over there in the chair.
and the funny,
It's like throw it back, Hat Man.
this is like a horrible thing to do to your body. I probably, I can't believe I ever did.
You look like a pillar of health, so I'm surprised that you do this.
I'm a pill.
That's wild. You know, I watched a video or two about the Hat Man. I never heard about the horny bit. That's crazy.
It's so
The horny
and
Hat
You're like
Man.
scared and horny at the same time. Sounds
there's
awful.
plenty of stories of people who have like similar experiences where they're like, I'm fucking scared and I can't. This thing happens like because you're delirious. You can't maintain any sort of like line of thinking.
Yeah.
Like your thinking is just like your brain just doesn't work the way it normally would. So you're constantly like you become like Dory from
Yeah,
Finding
like
Nemo.
jumping from thought to thought.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you can't, and you're constantly getting distracted and losing focus, and you can't like hold on to any one thought. And so this thing happens where you get like really horny, and you're like, I need to jack off, but then you're constantly having to like memento yourself.
Forget what you're doing.
You're in, like memento.
Like, why
where
is my dick in my hand?
yeah, exactly.
You have Polaroid pictures of your
Oh,
dick
that's
up
right.
on a mirror,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
hard and it's soft. And
Yeah.
you got a tattoo on your thing, whack my dick.
And then the Hat Man's still in the corner.
Yeah, and the Hat Man is still there, and then you, but so you're just like every few seconds you're like, oh, that's right, I'm watching pornography, and then you, but then it's the really the wild part of it is like, yeah, it's severely harming your mental state and it's bad for you and all that, but it amplifies busting where it's like,
Oh my god.
if you can finally achieve climax, it's like, wow, this is crazy how
Dude, it's just memento, but he busts at the end, dude.
yeah,
Does the Hat Man go away after you bust?
no
he just watched the whole
Yeah,
thing.
Well done, well done.
he's
Golf
good
clap,
job.
golf
You
clap
gotta-
in the corner.
For a second there, I
Pulls
didn't
out a
think
camera.
You did it. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's weird. And then you just have, there's just a mess everywhere, and you're like, what happened? It's like, oh, that's right.
Is this like Saw 7?
So
yeah,
I have a different experience. So like if I do, the reason I can't do too much weed is my psychosis or my delusion is more like a Valley Girl crystal chick, like that collects crystals on her windows. Or
Oh, you
whatever.
mean like, what is her name? Shannon Blake? That girl you
Yeah, yeah.
evaluated her titties?
Hold
Yeah.
on.
So like if I
wait
go
a
out
second,
to
wait a
the,
second.
Sexy, rich, independent, and my legs are hairy.
I got her
Yeah.
off the soundboard.
so if
God
I
damn.
do like 10 to 20 milligram edible, for instance, at once, I could do 2.5 every couple of hours all day, like out in the woods, and be fine. But if I were to do like a straight 10 or 12 and go into the woods, I will like have my hand up against a tree and I'll close my eyes. And then I think that I can see the whole forest like in green in my mind's eye.
Become the Lorax.
And I start, and I start thinking that I'm like a druid.
You
And
look
I, have
like the Lorax.
I start having conversations with myself. And it's like, you're just super in touch with nature, man. No
Yeah.
one gets it. The trees are talking to you, the roots. You better take your shoes off right now and
Gotta
walk
ground.
around in the soil and ground yourself, because the roots are going to be giving you information that's intergenerational that no one has. And if I don't catch myself, like when I was in my 20s, that's how I got my break. I just kept listening to that and taking more and more weed and following it. I had like all these journals and notebooks and stuff. I don't remember how I got out of it, but I was like convinced that I was a druid and really attuned with nature, and I was like writing a lot about it. And I snapped out of it eventually, but I still kept like barefoot rocks, the forest rocks. Nature is healing.
The Lorax beard.
The Valorax beard. Technology is kind of the devil. Bundy,
It is. It is.
Kaczynski
Ted was
about
right.
that.
Yeah. The uncle Ted was right.
But like, I get
Hold
that
on.
type of delusional where it's not even a question. It's not like, like you smoke weed and you're like, oh, maybe there, maybe that. No, I break through to the other side where I 100% believe that I'm talking and getting info from the trees. And I'm in my mind's eye, if I close my hand and touch the tree, I can see like the roots, the greenness, all like matrix, like colors in
epic.
my head. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do this because I believe it 100%. There's no doubt in my mind. And so it's a bad place to go because it's like, it's delusion as far as I'm concerned.
You mentioned? Did you just mention Ted Kaczynski?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I never have a good reason to use this one. So
Oh, cool.
just 1 second.
Pardon me.
Let's never forget that the human race with technology is like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine.
Okay,
Yeah.
the human race with technology is like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine.
Yeah.
And that is true.
So, no, the chat's talking, but one of the kinships between Dalton and myself and why I reached out to him was because we both have walked the line and came back. We've both stared into the abyss too long and had to,
Dude,
but
the
we got
abyss,
back.
the abyss stared back at me.
Yeah. I heard Jordan Peterson's back staring at the abyss. He snapped again. So
Yeah,
apparently eating
something
just meat
real-
and salt is not good for you.
Something really bad has happened to Jordan Peterson, given that we haven't heard a peep from him ever since, like, after the Charlie Kirk assassination, or that guy who tried to shoot up ICE in Dallas, or all these things have been happening in the news. The fact that Peterson has been radio silent,
He's not going to be getting.
He might be dead. Something is bad is wrong with him.
His daughter just put out a video, and it was like, and she's a psychopath. So here was my thing with Peterson. I did listen to the 12-step program that he put together, whatever. When that was popular, I looked into it. I started looking into some of the stuff he was talking about the Bible, and I was like, I don't know if I 100% believe that. But then when I saw his daughter, I was like, oh, you raised a sociopath. It's so clear to me looking at her that she's like dead behind the eyes. And so how does somebody who's supposedly in therapy, like in a therapist or whatever, raise somebody like that? And you just keep pumping out pharmaceutical drugs into everybody is the answer. So it's like, oh, he drank the Kool-Aid deeply.
Well,
I'm getting away from this guy.
He did end up getting brought onto the Daily Wire.
Yeah, I
And
remember that.
He's got a bunch of $7,000 deposits into his bank
who's
account.
one of the biggest manufacturers and producers of pharmaceuticals in the world?
Mm-hmm.
Israel.
The guys that own the media.
Yeah. I sort of stopped listening to him when he took the Daily Wire deal, to be honest.
His voice is fun to do, though. If you can do like Kermit the Frog.
Oh, yeah. He's very funny.
Clean your room.
Mm-hmm.
Although he hit a grand slam. I mean, it was a slam dunk when he did that post where it was just a picture of a bottle of Evian, and he said there are cathedrals everywhere for those with the eyes to see.
That goes over my head.
Yeah.
That is a home run post. That is an all timer.
It was probably his daughter because she runs his social media. And so, all right.
It was just I asked him my bullet because it's a picture of a bottle of water, and he says something like he says a line like it sounds like it's from like fucking Bloodborne, and but it sounds so profound, and it's funny that the origins of that sentence.
What did he say about it?
There are cathedrals everywhere for those with the eyes to see. It's a bottle of water.
All right, let me see if I can find this.
It's so funny that's where that comes.
Is he just like memorized by the beauty of it, like the light refraction? Is that what we're?
I think it's by the
supposed to get from it.
That it's water.
There's homosexuals everywhere.
It's water. It's water from the French Alps, and it has a good mineral content. And And I guess
No.
the design of the bottle is nice.
I think so. I do and have done and continue to do a lot of philosophy, but most of the people, like when I'm talking to, we go back and forth. I think with him, he got to a point where everybody was yes manning, which is a very dangerous place to be.
Yeah.
And then now you add drugs to that, a psychotic break, and then supposedly his whole family's got some rare disease, but now they're claiming that it's from mold, long-term exposure to mold.
Yeah. I think they have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, to be honest, and I think that they've been dealing with years of food allergies that have gone unchecked that have given them psychosis.
Is that the thing that turned you
meat and
into the
salt
senator
now.
from the first X-Men movie?
What's up?
Ehlers-Danlos.
Turned you into a cripple like Professor X? Is that what you're saying?
No. In the first X-Men movie, when Magneto does they kidnap a senator and they turn him into a mutant, and then he becomes like goo. Isn't that what Ehlers-Danlos does? It turns you into goo.
It does fuck with your connective tissue. People who have it really bad, they do kind of turn into stretchy goo. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how I know it is it's like the goo disease. I don't.
That sounds pretty intense, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She did. I won't even bring it up. It's not worth watching. But like, if you're a therapist and your whole thing is fixing everybody's life, right? I get that you're going to have problems, and then you can communicate them with your own life. And it's not about being perfection. It's about having systems in place to grow and communication and all this stuff. But when I look at the long-term stuff that they're doing, like they're all on pharmaceuticals, like, oh, she's on Zoloft and then this and prednisone and like whatever. It's like, well, so you're saying that even under the ideal circumstances, people have to be on multiple. Oh, that is pretty cool.
No, they totally have something genetic wrong with them. I mean, that girl shared a story of eating the wrong food and seeing demons straight up. Like she did an elimination diet, and then she reintroduced the food, and she straight up had a psychotic break and saw demons.
Yeah. Well, she's also like cheating on her husband with, when she's had a baby and all this stuff. So it's like, I'll give them like, mistakes in life, and I'll give them certain things. But when you're out teaching morality,
that's two-faced.
And you're saying, and like, okay, so you're telling me to follow all these things to live a happy and moral life, and then I'm sure you taught those to your daughter, who's the biggest. You're the biggest influence in her life. And when I look at her life, that's not how I want my life to be. Yeah. And then when somebody asked him that question, he said, basically do what I say, not what's happened. And so I was
you want your philosophers to walk the talk. Yeah. You don't want them
he could have, if he
talk
owned
out
it
one
and just
side
said,
of the mouth, do the other thing.
Yeah, if he just owned it and was like, okay, we made some mistakes and here's what we learned from it and we communicated about it or anything. Instead, he was just like, yeah, I'm going to make mistakes, but whatever. And it's like, okay, well.
That's narcissism,
No offense. I don't want to say like, this is but like there's certain things like exercise, for example. Like if I see Lizzo and she's like, hey, I got a great diet for you. If you eat like this and you exercise like this, you'll be really healthy. She could be correct, but since she's not doing it, it's like, why should I listen to you?
You gotta live your truth.
She lost all the weight. She took the Ozempic.
Yeah. No, I get that, but I'm just saying, you kind of want the person that's giving you weight loss advice to be skinny, or the person that's giving you exercise advice to.
You want your doctor to be healthy. You don't want your doctor telling you, this, that, and the other, and they're not a picture of health. That's always disappointing.
Yeah, I went into a doctor's appointment one time to a specialist that I never met before that my doctor recommended. I walked in the room. The woman was like 320 pounds, and she had that wet, dry, like spittle on the corner of her mouth. And she's talking.
Throw up thinking about it.
Yeah, and she's talking to me, and I literally
she's talking at the mouth, but it's all dry.
Yeah, she's talking and it's going, and she's overweight, and she's trying to read my things and talk to me, and she's got a nurse in the room, And in the middle of the appointment, I just was like, you know what? I'm all set. And I just stood up and she's like, you're leaving? I said, yeah, I think I'm going to go with somebody else. And I just left the room and I called my doctor and I was like, I can't believe you sent me to this lady. Have you ever seen her? And she's like, oh, she came highly recommended. And I felt like this was before like camera phones or whatever. But I was like, she's not even self-aware enough that she's talking to people with like spit in her corner of her mouth. So I don't
He's so
trust her
embarrassed.
with my health.
Yeah, it's not professional. Can't be drooling on yourself at work.
It wasn't drool. It was that like,
But yeah, like in the corner.
dehydrated white like
Some of
stuff
the-
when they talk and it's getting.
I don't like that at all, man. Yeah, that's not, I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified to speak on anything because I'm crazy. I'm fat. I don't eat good.
You're a broadcaster.
Got an English degree though. Yeah,
I do have an English degree, but I can't, I'm the same as anybody now. I can't like focus on a book anymore. I just scroll like at my
no. You can. It's just you can relearn it. It's still in there. Like
you can focus on this book, Dalton.
Yeah, like
you know what bummed me out? You know what really bummed me out is
nav system. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Today I went and saw that movie, and it was like because the movie is like a loose adaptation of a Thomas Pynchon book called Vineland. And so, like, I've read a couple Pynchon books, and they're definitely, you know, you got to have an English degree to read Thomas Pynchon, you know? And so, like, watching that movie, it did, like, light up the college parts of my brain where it felt, like, intellectually stimulating. And so, for, like, 3 hours, I was isolated, and once again, it felt like I was in a scholarly pursuit. And then, like, the second I get out of the theater, I turn on my phone and I start scrolling, and I was like, it was like so, like, distinct. Like, it was so jarring to go back on Twitter and be like, oh, that's right. I spent all day reading the thoughts of the dumbest fucking people on the planet.
So I tell
everybody
you,
on here is so fucking stupid.
I'll tell you a couple things. Is one, well, you're only on your phone, right?
Yeah.
So I'll take Twitter and Instagram off my phone so I can only get on my PC.
Yeah.
And then on Sundays, I do completely grayscale on my phone. So no colors on my phone. And when your phone's in gray, there's the addiction part goes. So you'll pick it up to like play with it.
That's interesting.
And it's black and white. And you're like, this is dumb. And then I get into other stuff. So I put on music.
Yeah.
I end up putting my books out on purpose near my bed and stuff. So I was like, okay, let me pick this up. And a book is almost, if not more interesting than a black and white phone. So you can
mind has
reframe
color.
your brain. Yeah. So there was studies, and I don't remember what the conclusion was for the newer people, but like, so I was not raised with GPS. But I use GPS. And what happens when you use GPS all the time is the part of your brain that understands direction shrinks back down.
Yeah, you
down regulates, yeah.
Yes.
Gay penis sex.
And then if you take away GPS and start like learning to get back around your neighborhood, it'll grow back up again and your sense of direction will get better. It's for people that it's part of the human experience, but for people that have never used it, like generations that have only know about GPS and like their first trip they ever took was GPS, theirs is dormant. And
they've never engaged it.
Yeah, I don't know if they can.
That's crazy.
So
I was thinking about that the other day. That's wild. Yeah.
I cannot read. I can't read.
You used to be able to read though, so I think you could reopen.
No, I'm talking about what you're doing. I
pathways.
can't, dude. If I'm at Walmart and I buy one of them Rand McNally atlases with the map, I can't fucking read that shit.
Oh no, of course. But I was saying,
I don't know. I can't even, dude. I can't figure out how to get nowhere without Google Maps. That shit is, whatever that gland is in your brain that figures all that orients you.
Yeah,
that's it's shrunken to the size of a pea in my mind.
Well, I was gonna say though, you can try to work on that one, but also whatever you used to read. So that part's just dormant. At least you have it in there somewhere. You could wake it back up.
I'm trying, dude. I got a book. Yeah. I'm like 38 pages in the Don Quixote.
I'll tell you what helped me.
That's a cool read.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the loo, guys.
Okay. Yep. Bio break.
You in Britain?
And so what helped me with reading is I used to be like very authoritarian in like the reading Nazi for myself with my internal monologue. So like, time to read, like I have to finish a chapter, I have to finish this. Why am I reading so slow? And I was like, wait, I'm supposed to be doing this for enjoyment.
Yeah.
So like I was like, I'm just gonna put this book out next to my bed, and when I want to read it, I'll read it. And if it's only for a couple minutes, then it's only for a couple minutes. And if it's for an hour, then it's for an hour. And once I did that, I started enjoying reading again when I wasn't being Kaiser in my brain about how to read. And I'm doing it wrong. This is dumb. Just put books near your bed. And when you get into bed, you'll have an urge to pick them up and start reading them. And if you start, then and you like something, you continue. If it's boring, you put it down. Oh, then you're doomed. It is better.
The Kindle is sick, dude.
Is it wicked bright?
No,
or is it you got the paper one?
Because I got it for free for my last job.
Yeah.
I said I've never read on a Kindle before, so I wonder if it is what they say it is, and it's a different kind of screen technology, and it's as close to a book.
Yeah,
as a screen can get.
They have Kindle Paper, I think it's called.
Yeah, I have the Kindle Paperwhite, or it looks just like a book.
Yeah,
but it's like a digital screen. It's crazy how good it is
and the Jews can just ban the books by deleting them instead of having to set them on fire.
Well, not the way I get them, because let's just say I may or may not be buying them from Amazon. I might be getting them somewhere else.
So you can't put any other apps on a Kindle, right?
No, but you can. You'll have to look it up. But if you have a desktop computer, there's a thing you can download that you can then go download books at another place where you may or may not have to pay for them.
Yeah, and
then through your Wi-Fi, you can take that file and put it into the app, and it'll send the book to your Kindle, so that way you don't have to go through Amazon to get the book. And also you may or may not have to actually pay for the book.
But don't do that with the Illustrated Field Guide to DMT Entities, Machine Elves, Tricksters, Teachers, and other interdimensional beings. Get that on paperback.
So the Kindle.
So what I was going to say though, Dalton, if you were to leave your phone in the other room, right, when you go to bed, plugged into charge, and then just have your Kindle with you in your bedroom, do you think that you would want to read more?
Yeah, probably. I have actual books as well. I got both, but the Kindle, dude, books are cool. They get to be such a fucking pain in the ass because they take up space, and so you end up having you have so many fucking books and they're heavy. And then if you ever want to go places or move, it's like, fuck, what do I do with all these goddamn books? Yeah. And then with a Kindle, it's just one thing.
So I have the Amazon account, seller account. So I'll buy books, read them. And then I was like, do I want to read this again? Is this something I want in my collection? And if I do, I put it on my shelf. If not, I can just sell the used book on Amazon and mail it out to somebody. You lose money, but you still get, it still doesn't end up in the landfill or something afterwards.
Oh, hold on.
You don't lose you lose money, but it's worth how much it doesn't cost you anything to sell it. You get a small portion of the money back that you spent on the new quality one.
I just saw something.
Oh, breaking news.
How is Sarah's sourdough game? Jim gladly wants to know.
Non-existent.
You don't make sourdough?
Non-existent. No.
Okay. Well, that's that.
Sorry, gang.
Keep the
COVID
going.
sourdough thing did not really reach me.
I guess something about
I like baking, but it didn't catch on in my
I guess
kitchen.
There's something about you that made him think that you make your own sourdough.
I like making blondies. I'll bake
blondies?
stuff. I love making blondies. I'll make little gluten-free blondies. Yeah.
I think that question is
is it code for something?
It's a positive
Are you
code.
Drinking toilet water? Why is that blue?
It's a subtle way.
The cup. It's the cup.
It's my understanding that question is a subtle way to ask to figure out if somebody's like wifey material. It's a flirt, basically.
I make
He's
great
flirting with you.
steaks. Make great steaks. I make good blondies. I do
Yeah,
like
what's
to
your favorite
cook.
cut? What's your favorite cut?
That's a hard choice. I feel like on a day where I want more marbling, I'll do a ribeye. But if I want something lean, I'll just do a New York. It's just sort of
Those are my
simple that
two
way.
favorite. That's my two
But I
favorite.
do like if I gotta get really fancy for like a special occasion, or if I have a friend I haven't seen in a long time, I'll throw down for a filet mignon and get all fancy, put a little bacon around it.
See, I've never been partial to filet mignon because it's tiny and
It's
I feel
tiny,
like
but it's tender. Yeah.
I feel like the bacon detracts from the steak. Like
It's
it's
just bougie. Yeah, it's just when you
eating
want to tell
steak or you
somebody
ain't.
that you're throwing down.
But
Yeah.
this is, what so let's say you're cooking a ribeye. How do you first off, what apparatus do you like to cook on? Do you go grill or skillet?
I like cast iron. I also like the hex clad. That's pretty cool. You
What's
know,
that?
there's it's a really fancy one that I guess Gordon Ramsay sponsored. We've got one in our kitchen.
It's
But
like
I
a
just like a cast
Foreman. It's
iron.
a George Foreman grill.
I like the cast iron too because
I love
like
cast iron.
I was
I use
raised
cast iron
I
for
was
everything.
I was raised on King of the Hill, of course. And
Mhm.
so my whole youth was like you have to grill a steak. And
Mhm.
then as an adult I discovered the cast iron and I was like, "Oh, the juices don't drip down into there's no cold, it's like it all is in the skillet. Everything stays in the skillet so you get like a juicier steak and it comes out it's tastier because it retains all the seasoning and flavors and everything.
Yeah.
Whereas like on a grill, everything just like drips down onto the coals. So then
Mhm.
it looks pretty, you get the grill marks, but you go on you do a cast iron. What do you usually do to prepare it? Just a little salt and pepper?
So I probably sound pretty boring, but I tend to salt it after the fact.
Whoa.
Um, Sometimes I'll do a little bit of rosemary or like smoked paprika, a little bit of thyme or something like that. But honestly, like if you just do the timing right, like a steak can be amazing with hardly any seasoning at all. And you can just do the salt afterward. You want to let it rest. That way all the juices stay in the steak.
Mm-hmm.
Or you want to salt it before you cook it. But if you do that, you have to let it set because the juices like will come out from the salt and then they'll come back in if you let it sit there for 30 minutes or so.
Myoglobin. People think it's blood, but it's actually a protein.
Yeah, so you got to choose whether or not you're salting it before and you have the time to let it like reabsorb that liquid, or if you want to salt it afterward, but you got to let it rest as well, just so
Mhm.
it like reabsorbs the juices and the au jus back into the steak.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Jew.
Au jus.
Yeah, because I usually just do sea salt, little cracked
Yeah.
pepper, and then I'll butter up the skillet and then cook it in the butter. So I'll do the
Hmm.
spoon the butter on it, and then
Butter's great.
and then I'll just go rare. So I'm not even cooking it that long. I'm just
Yeah, the tartar.
I'm just
You guys are gonna end up like Jordan
I'm
Peterson.
breaking its horns off, wiping its ass.
No, eat
and,
our greens.
yeah.
Just gotta balance it with some greens and you're good.
I love greens. Usually, if I'm
Yeah.
cooking a steak dinner, it'll be a ribeye or a New York strip, cooked asparagus,
Mhm.
potatoes. I like them little tiny, the smaller
Potatoes are
potatoes.
good.
Yeah, the small potatoes, either fingerlings or just a medley bag of small potatoes. The big russets, the big baked potatoes, are not as flavorful.
I like sweet potatoes. I got that same problem Jordan Peterson has with his diet, but I'm smarter than him and I figured it the fuck out, so I'm not crazy.
Yeah, sweet potatoes are good too. I like a good sweet potato. And
I was
then
talking about this the other day. I used to always make monolithic mashed potatoes, but
like
this
Close
past
Encounters.
this
for the-
past yeah this past April for Easter or whatever, past May, I made my mashed potatoes with one sweet potato, one red potato, and two white potatoes.
That sounds epic.
It's so good. So I'm
You
never
gotta make a
not
tower
making.
though, like Close Encounters of the
Yeah.
Third Kind.
Oh
You gotta make
no,
a tower with your mashed potatoes.
because I used to just do like my mashed potatoes and then a separate sweet potato or a yam or like whatever. But instead, I made it all in there. So the sweet potato flavors in with the white and the red. It's epic. I don't know why I always did monolithic.
You know
And
what's
so
really
this is my
good?
first
And,
year.
we lost Sarah.
She'll be back.
Well, let me plug the Patreon.
She loves potato talk.
Patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to all the premium episodes and bonus content. We're talking potatoes. You ever heard of a root mash?
No.
Vaguely.
It's so good, dude. It's a little trickier than mashed potatoes. I first had it at like this nicer, kind of fancier restaurant in downtown Fort Worth, Sundance Square, Fort Worth. This place called Bird Cafe, and I made it myself once. But what it is you get like an assortment of roots. So you could do like carrots, rutabaga.
You can put a turnip in there?
Do what?
Turnip.
You can put a turnip in there?
Yeah, you could do like carrots, rutabaga, turnip, persimmons. Just anything that's like would be considered a root. I guess like not ginger, of course, but
radishes
Parsnip.
or parsnips as well.
Parsnips,
What the fuck's a parsnips? So yeah, just like roots. Get you some roots.
Yeah.
And then you basically would cook them similar to like mashed potatoes, and then you just mash them all up, mix them together.
My brain just went straight Anthony Cumia for about 5 seconds.
Yeah,
when you
and
said roots.
It's so good, dude. It's like because you cook it, it's like mashed potatoes, like it has a similar consistency, but it tastes like, I guess an assortment of roots. I don't know. It has like an earthier taste. It's really good.
Yeah, I do like an earthy tasting like salad sometimes. Sometimes the beets are too much, but every now and again, like if you're craving that earthiness of a beet, like if you haven't had it in a while, that is like a really good taste. It wears itself thin really quick though.
I like beets, dude. There's a chain of delicatessens in Texas called Jason's Deli, and it sucks. But they have an all-you-can-eat salad bar if you get just the salad bar. And
my Wi-Fi fell out.
I've been known to go to Jason's Deli in my youth and get the salad bar, and I would just eat like 12 beets because they had like a trough of.
That's the way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I would make a salad and just put like 12 beets on it, and then later that day I would take a dump and I'd be like, oh shit, I'm dying.
So
oh no, I eat beets.
Yeah, when I buy beets from the store, the worst part about it is is cutting them up. I have a wooden cutting board, and then you have your hands and you're like trying to peel it and cut it up, whatever. And by the time you're done, it looks like a crime scene and it stains like hell.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know how. There's got to be an easier way to get open beets. Where you're not getting
I just did the pickled beets. I'm not even doing any of this. I like the pickled ones anyway. That's how I prefer to eat them. And then what the hell? Hello.
Great bit. What a great bit. Folks, this is where you guys come here. We finally did it. We're an hour 57 in. You guys made it. You held on long enough to find the funny in this episode. The name of this episode should be I Am Sarah Now. Exclamation point.
Yeah. Well, Sarah was getting into like the scientifics of doing drugs, and I was like, I don't know how much I have to add to this because my experience.
Well, I was going to ask you
bad.
when Avins came on, I had asked you if it was okay to have her on because of the topics, and you said yes. I figured you'd be okay with it.
It's like I don't know what I have to contribute to the sort of like therapeutic or pharmaceutical discussions about these kinds of substances, because my experience with them was I got high and it ruined my fucking life.
Hey, not therapeutic advice. This is not psychedelic advice. Do not take this drug advice.
I would. If there's any kids listening right now, go into your grandmother's medicine cabinet, get her DMT out, and smoke it with the name. Yeah, smoke it. Yeah. So Drew and I are actually kindred spirits. I mentioned this to his sister. I kept spelling her name with an H, but then I looked it up. I was like, oh, I should know better. My sister is Sarah without an H as well. So we grew up in the same type of household where
But my name's Drew with the UE. Like, don't misspell the names, dude. That's a big deal. And
my sister was named after I think it's Sarah Parcells from from Ripley's Believe It or Not or something.
What? My sister's named after a Fleetwood Mac song.
Maybe
Rihanna.
Sarah.
No, Rhiannon was actually a first choice, and then they chose Sarah. So
I was almost called Chris. So
her name could have been Chris.
You ever listen to any of the Fleetwood Mac before Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham joined the band?
Yeah.
no,
Listen to all of it.
but I'm pulling up some music right now.
I'm a huge Peter Green fan. Like that guy.
I love Peter Green. That's
fucking rules.
That's actually what we've been talking about all night, because Fleetwood Mac existed for quite some time before they broke through with the Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham albums. So do what?
I just realized, am I on the cast right now?
Are you what?
Oh shit! All right, never mind. I just realized like I'm on here.
Drew. You're here with us.
You think you're on a
holding it down,
DMT
buddy.
trip?
You're the real Sarah.
You're right here, Drew.
All right, let's
brought the
present
Lord.
screen for a second.
But I was gonna say, because this is what Sarah's been talking about, what we've been talking about here. The Fleetwood Mac started in the early '60s, fronted by a guy named Peter Green, and they were just a blues band. Peter Green started doing like psychedelics, and over the years was just started losing his mind and going nuts. And then
gaining guitar skills.
The band gets so much better as he gets crazier. And then I think it was like
Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Barrett.
That era of guys who did drugs and it made them better at music. But Fleetwood Mac is interesting because this Peter Green was actually like clinically going crazy. Like he was becoming it was like a health problem for him. But then like 1969, I believe, was the last album with Peter Green. And I forget the name of the album, but there's a track on the album that's really good that was covered by Judas Priest and the Melvins called Green Manalishi with Two-Prong Crown. But it's like conceptually, so the music and knowing that he is like actively in psychosis while this is happening, it's like really cool music.
His guitar playing, his understanding of scales and music it's unbelievable. Like as a musician, like it blows my mind every time I hear something he's ever done.
Let's listen to it right now. Let's pull up this screen here as a homage to Miss Sarah Phinn Huntley.
What is this? Oh, let's see. This stream is gonna get pulled playing this shit. This is
dude.
This is the kind of shit that gets us taken down, man.
Doesn't it just allow you to?
This is definitely getting you pulled, dude.
I feel like something like this, the stream is gonna go down.
It doesn't allow you to just pause it and pull it off.
No,
this is like literally a copyrighted song.
Pause it real quick.
But we listen to lots of music.
Give some commentary.
Here's the thing: is a lot of music you can get away with. When it's shit like that's really big like this, like mega hit pop singles, whatever the algorithm is that searches copyright shit will snipe the stream itself. So like this happened to us.
It'll take the whole stream down.
Yes, and then the chat will start screaming and they'll be like, the stream is gone. What happened to the show? Yeah. Because this happened like a few weeks ago. We were watching some music video and they pulled the stream as it was happening. We had to like cut it off and wait for the stream to come back. So I feel like this is probably another instance where this song is too big.
I got a question for all the ladies in the chat. What's stopping you from dressing like this?
Taste,
stuff on
modern
Utilitarianism.
modern trends.
I kind of think this is kind of dope. It might be the hippie in me,
It's
but
super dope.
I think it's kind of dope.
I catch it on corners, you know, like if I'm moving fast, I'll catch my skirts on corners. That's the only thing that stops me from dressing that
The
way.
problem is for every one Stevie Nicks, there's 1,000 bitches dressing like this who are just fucking nuts.
I want to
It's
wear like a
true.
wizard's cape and cloak, but if a man wears a wizard's cape and cloak out, they arrest
If we
him.
dress
But
like that, all the
woman
men
can dress
flee.
like
They
this.
think we're witches.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've met plenty of women who dress like this, and they are teetering on homelessness.
They're nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Your pussy stank if you can't get a
There's a
roof
lot of
over
them
your
in
head.
Portland.
If you're a woman, that's what I
so
never understood.
This is like the exceptional outcome of a woman who is her whole thing. Because more often than not, you get women like this, and they either.
Do you know the lore behind that song?
Sara, it was like
It's fucked up. I can lay it on you if you want, but it's
isn't
dark.
it like a white witch or something?
Mm-mm. This is so dark, y'all. This is dark. Brace yourselves. I learned this after my Papa Bear passed away. So, like, she got pregnant and she knew that having the baby would wreck the band. And she aborted the baby. But in her mind, she named the baby after her best friend, who was Sara. And she says, Sarah is the poet in my heart. And so the song is like a song to that baby that she gave up to keep the band together.
It's the
Oh,
opposite.
baby, don't know what a fucking song is, though.
Yeah.
It's
So that's
dark.
the opposite of if you ever hear Lauryn Hill's song Zion, that's the exact opposite. Zion is about how everybody in the music industry told her to abort her son and she decided not to.
Yeah,
And the
it's the
song,
opposite.
song. And so Zion is the name of her son. And she did blow up and become famous after
I was the
even though
baby
she
my
had a
dad
son.
didn't abort.
So yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
You don't understand.
It's dark.
The band, prior to Stevie Nicks joining, had been toiling away in obscurity for years, and they finally hit it. And this bitch gets pregnant.
Yeah.
And it's like it's been like over a decade we've been trying to make this shit work, and now
But this
pregnant?
was the 70s. That she was free loving, baby.
Yeah, but it's like you do something. Don't. We just started.
She was footloosing it up, dude. She is started.
She was pretty cute. Yeah,
so,
she's getting around.
Sarah, the chat wants to know what you're sipping on.
It's just water. I'm boring.
Yeah, she's not a drinker, dude.
Corn-fed radio.
I'm not a drinker. I don't react well to alcohol.
Yeah,
Other
right,
things are fun though. Yeah.
But actually, Drew's here, so I guess I can.
It looks like some like crazy '80s ocean water, but it's just the glass.
Sarah
like, this
is
could
what
be
we
some
call
Echo, the dolphin water, but it's just the glass.
Sarah's what we call interdimensional sober. Only DMT.
Here's to you, Drew.
Yeah, psychedelics.
Cheers.
Cheers, everybody. Chaw. Thank you, Drew. Chaw.
This is the last beer that I have in my fridge from the crossover episode that we did with Sibling Revelry.
Yeah, if chat has weird drug questions, I'm an encyclopedia of drug knowledge.
I have one plug to do. Next week here, everybody, we have joining us is Dork Court. Miguel and Drew are coming by. Drew, DREW, are coming by from Dork Court. We're going to try to do 4 on screen. I'll just shut up if it gets too hectic. But since they're the original Kill Tonys and we want to try to kill Tony, if anybody here wants to try to do stand-up comedy in probably the worst way ever possible is digitally with no crowd and tall ceilings, next week, Saturday night, you can come on and get roasted by the crowd, be on Corn-Fed Dork Court.
I have not signed off on this.
Do 30 to 60 seconds of stand-up for everybody. No one's going to do it.
Throwing this out there.
They're not going to do it. Our chat's a bunch of pussies. No one's going to be able to do it anyway, so don't worry, Dalton. They don't have comedy in their blood, so they couldn't do it anyway, so don't worry. They won't show up.
They're not starchy enough.
They're a bunch of scared little pussies, so they would never come on live stream and do 60 seconds of stand-up comedy for Dork Court.
$9.99 from Kenny. Please pay. Oh, his band, his buddy's band, Buses, has a Monster Mash cover. So I guess we got to play a couple songs.
Is it Monster Mash or the Monster Mash's Mash?
It's October. Yeah.
So
Like
here's
the
the thing.
spirit today.
You got the Monster Mash, which is about a dance and a song that's being performed called the Monster Mash. And
By
It's a
monsters,
real,
right?
It's a real Frankenstein's monster type situation.
But there's a track later on in the album called Monster Mash Party that is the sort of I think like what Frank Zappa would call like music concrete. That's like the sounds of the attempted Monster Mash. So what's
Joe's Garage of Monster Mash, if you will.
Joe's Garage? Probably more like what was the other album? Lumpy Gravy. The sort of just like ambient sounds. So it's like you have the Monster Mash, right? And then you go to Monster Mash Party, and that's the sounds of what's described in Monster Mash. It's
like
not
cauldrons bubbling.
Yeah, well, it's Bobby Boris Pickett attempting to corral this motley crew of monsters, this monsterly crew, to perform this song and dance called the Monster Mash.
It sounds terrible. It does not sound like a great.
It's not as good as the Monster Mash. Monster Mash Party is more of.
Have you seen Tim Curry's crazy Halloween thing that he does? He did dude, Tim Curry had a crazy Halloween little musical number back in the day. Yeah, that's a deep cut. It's weird.
Well, here we have a couple of song requests. We'll do the first one that came through was this one. So I got that queued up. It's gonna be through the stream. Mine's gonna be through the StreamYard EQ. So, folks, you're gonna want to give me more super chats.
Super chat it up.
Please help.
Do you want to put the link in the private chat?
Support the show.
Yes, I can. So yeah, because I don't know. I got to figure out how to get everything to route through my mixer when it comes to like multimedia shit. Because the soundboard does just fine, but everything else I don't know. But there's that. What else were we? Oh yeah, shirts. Drew's got a shirt. bpnmart.com. Please go there, buy some merchandise because when we finish selling this run, these are the only
collectors.
Yeah, this is the only merch for this iteration of the Crowder Boys that's going to exist because Craig had to leave the show to focus on growing his own brand.
You guys did great last week. The Crowder Boys with
it was great. It was a fun one. Yeah,
the attorney guy there. I forget his name.
Yeah,
black guy.
I miss Craig, but look, you got to focus on the bag. If 3 hours once a week is digging too much into your bag,
you know what you call a black attorney?
What?
An attorney.
Oh, okay.
I don't call him again. I'll tell you that.
Was this currently working on a pumpkin spice?
Yeah, thanks for the super chat. I assume he's talking about he's joining me and Drew with the beer.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Spice IPA
Nice.
or something.
Yeah, I mean the show will be fine. I'm just more honestly. I'm still just hurt by the way I was treated. I was discarded like
No, dude, you are. I bought into Dalton during the dip, dude, and you're a
Dolphin
phoenix
coin.
rising
I
from the
bought
action.
in when
You're going
you
straight to the
reviewed
moon.
what was her name? Shannon Blake's titties. That was when I bought in.
Shit. Are you and Shannon are probably like
We laugh at her.
Interesting.
Like that was a moment in the scene when her music showed up, and your review was epic. That was how I found your content, actually. And then when Drew showed me, I was like, "Oh hell yeah, Dalton!" But yeah, we laugh at her.
She actually found you outside of me. Which
Yeah,
is
that's
funny.
a good. Yeah, so I've always wondered what is the DMT community, what is the Psychonaut community think of old Shannon Blake?
You know, I was okay. So this is funny, but I kind of like paid attention just to kind of laugh at her. I feel like a troll. But there was a point when she went down to South America to do ayahuasca, and she was talking about how she saw like aliens and spider demons and shit. And I was like, yeah, girl. I was like, it makes sense. You don't got your shit straight and you're going down there and drinking, you're gonna get, bad visions and stuff.
What the
But
fuck is spider demons?
you would wonder,
Pretty
huh, Drew? Yeah,
self-explanatory.
spider demons.
What?
It's the mechanical spider from Doom.
Yeah.
Sounds
She ain't
scary.
got her shit right.
Because
And
she did that, because I remember when she went to ayahuasca and came back, her next song, she was talking about aliens and pyramids, but then at one point she mentions like the Pleiades, and everybody was like, yeah, that's like an Aryan conspiracy theory. So it was like some
the Nordics, the Pleiadian Nordic aliens
the
and stuff.
Hyperborea or
Yeah.
some fucking Aryan thing. Because that's what people on the internet are saying. I mean, I knew of the Pleiades from there's a Chili Pepper song where you mentioned.
So I think that the Pleiadians are like a hyper. Okay, so I dabbled in a lot of conspiracy theory stuff as well. I love a lot of mysticism, a lot of conspiracy theory shit, besides the psychedelia. From what I understand, the Pleiadians are just these like other dimensional light beings. And then there are the Nordics, which are the kind of like Aryan looking alien race aliens.
The white beings.
Yeah, the white beings that, interface with our government and do all that weird stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw that a lot of people were saying that she's like dog whistling to white supremacists because the Pleiades is Aryan mysticism. And I was like, I don't think she's
They probably don't have their alien shit straight and they're just reaching.
Yeah, I don't think she's smart enough or wily enough to.
Pleiadians is not that same thing. They got their alien shit wrong.
Yeah, she doesn't strike me as somebody who would be subtle enough to do a dog whistle. I feel like if she wanted to go for some white supremacist shit, she would just record a song where she's like, I got 14 words and I'm gonna say them.
I like women that wear macrame's clothes though. She's pretty dope.
But let's
She's
swing a
listening.
song request.
I like that 14 word song.
Yeah, I'll work on that. I got a kernel.
Dom's writing a rap. Yeah, he's writing a rap for Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes diss rap.
So what is it? Oh yeah, this is Gimp gladly requested this, so we'll listen to some of this. Go ahead.
Oh shit.
What is this? Her Aleister Crowley shit.
I thought there was going to be a video. I would have brought up the psychedelic screen.
Yeah, this is fine.
Yeah.
His wife's bicycle?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It reminds me of Pink Floyd's Bicycle. You know?
Queen had a song called Bicycle.
Is this about like a black guy stealing your bike?
I think it's about LSD.
Hey, that's my white bicycle.
Oh yeah, it's probably about whatever that guy was. The guy that created LSD went on a big
Albert Hoffman, yeah. His bike
George
ride.
Floyd.
Oh my god, dude. It's a good tune.
Yeah, I picture the guy in this photo here, riding the bicycle, but it's got the big front wheel and the tiny little wheel in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write this down. This is a good tune.
These are the 1920s.
Smoke a dude to this. This is dude smoking music.
Or smoking front. There's an arm.
I wonder how much of this stuff was written just to be happy and fun, so that when you're tripping balls, you can listen to this and not freak out.
Setting. Perfect. Yeah. Nice place, good music, no chores, 12 hours, no worries, trip balls.
I like that. That was a good song.
That's fine.
Good vibe.
Oh yeah, shout out Bicycle Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
We also
Great
have this.
song.
If
No,
you're
we don't have to
interested.
watch. I don't want to watch myself.
You don't like watching
No, that was
yourself?
just my entry point to Dalton.
Yeah.
She's a side note, yeah.
Pause.
Yeah, I don't want to
Pause.
watch myself.
Don't be entry pointing into Dalton.
Yeah, let's not watch.
Portraits
Actually,
of
hold
Rizzo.
on.
Sorry, everybody.
Hold on. Pull that back up. And let's zoom in. That dude, she's hot.
She's got good face
agree.
geometry
Oh,
for
you've
sure.
never seen her before?
Oh no, I've seen her before, but I just want to see it again.
She's got good face geometry, yeah.
yeah, I'm about to
She got some tibbies
too.
too.
Yeah, I think I could
Corey,
raise that chick up.
Oh, is this crypto? Was that crypto?
She looks
Corey
retarded enough.
says, "Can you play Catching Smoke by King Gizzard?" Well, yeah, we'll get that queued up.
King Gizzard rules.
King Gizzard's
I never
tight.
heard King Gizzard. I want to hear that. Cool.
Yeah, they're
We
pretty
can
cool. They're
just-
cool. Yeah.
Since-
Oh,
This
dude,
girl needs
what?
to wear more clothes.
Since
She needs
Drew
more
left.
clothes.
So go back, go back.
It's fucking insane, dude.
She's pretty, but man, she needs more clothes.
Ah,
She's
less
communing.
clothes. What?
She's
what?
communing
Shut
with
the fuck
nature.
up, Sarah. Kick
Right.
her out.
You just don't understand a hippie.
She didn't even crochet the yarn.
Ah,
She just wrapped it around
boo.
herself.
Yeah, boo, dude.
I did a deep
Come on.
dive on. I did a deep dive on her, and I
Bet
think
you
it just-
did.
Dude,
Oh,
she
yeah.
rules.
Dude, she
Well, I
would
wanted-
ruin your life, dude.
I wanted
She
to know,
looks like
like-
such a trouble.
Are her
I'd
parents
ruin her
really
life.
like Lockheed Martin?
That's a joke on the internet.
I know it's a joke. I mean, I was making a joke about a
She
joke. but yeah.
definitely is like affluent. Like she comes.
I know a
from-
little bit about her. Yeah, I did a deep dive too.
Yeah,
I'm
and I think it
nosy.
was maybe like 10 years ago. Because I wanted to know like
Whoa.
when did the
Whoa.
transformation happen? Like what's the inflection?
I'm glad she's
point?
happy. I'm glad she's got her thing going. But
'Cause if
she
you-
looks
Dude,
retarded.
she rules.
I found the fucking ukulele white girl shit she was doing from like a decade ago. She looks
She's
very
like a
normal.
cartoon character.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
but
want to see.
she
if we
looked
can find that.
regular back then. Like she just looked like a cute, rich white girl with the ukulele. There's tons of those on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then it's somewhere along the way this shit happened.
This
She-
is not what drugs does to you, by the way. Just to give that caveat,
this might have been
disclaimer.
like-
This
it
is
real,
not what
dude.
drugs does
It
to
does.
you.
no,
you.
this is McKinsey. this is McKinsey Consulting, like some marketing firm.
Yeah.
Said if you really want to,
You
take
want
over
them
the
clicks
God.
and pop off.
yeah,
Yeah.
you start being the craziest bitch of all time.
Yeah,
And
she's definitely ruined your life, bitch. She's playing. I was trying to see if you could find the old
But
school
somebody
stuff before
somebody
the
did
tattoos and everything.
Bless you, Shannon. Sorry, but you look crazy.
Somebody
No,
did.
blame
It wasn't,
Shannon.
it wasn't a documentary. Somebody did like a hype puff piece on her. It was like a YouTube thing
Whoa.
where they went to her-
Journalism.
Yeah, it was just like to go interview her, and they went to her house or one of her houses, wherever she was staying, and it was in,
I saw that.
yeah, it was in
Yeah.
Lake Tahoe. And
Why are you
It's wild.
attacking just some random hot bitch, dude? That's crazy. Just let her be a hot bitch.
I guess because I just found her whole
Toy?
thing. Whoa, get off the bare titties. We get kicked off YouTube.
That's a
Ooh,
that's
titties.
AI, dude. What are you, a
Those
boomer?
are- Those are AI titties.
That's AI
Okay.
titties, boomer.
Um, Yeah, but yeah, she was whatever that thing was I watched. She was staying in like a multi-million-dollar fucking.
So this is before the tattoos.
Right?
Some
Rags
of them.
to dreadies to dollar bills.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, you say Rags? Shout out Rags,
Oh yeah, shout out Rags.
friend of the show.
Cool.
Yeah, you could.
I'm like
It's fun-
looking. I'm like,
it's
let me
funny.
get my magnifying glass.
Yeah, it's funny
Wow.
going this far back because you could see her like transforming into something
She is
resembling.
gifted. She's definitely blessed, but she
Dude, she
chose
has good
what to
titties.
do with it. Yeah.
Yeah, she does have an OnlyFans, so it's like she knows what
Get
she's
the
working
paper.
with.
Yeah, so this is she should have stopped like here.
She looks really cute and regular here.
Dude, have you guys seen that chick who like tattooed herself so crazy in sacred geometry? She looks like a DMT demon now.
Is she walking down a beach when she in one
I
of
don't
the
know if
first
I want
video?
to see that.
You don't want to see it. Yeah.
What? What?
It's like there's some girl out there who is as pretty as Shannon is, but has taken to the body modification and like tattooed herself with all the sacred geometry crazy into like
Scary.
this DMT demon looking thing for real.
Yeah, Shannon's a cutie.
Yeah, here we go.
She's a blessed woman.
Yeah,
More
there's
Shannon.
right there. She
makes
this-
bad music though. I'm glad
she
that
just
she's
looks
not
like
a request on the radio. Yeah.
Yeah, she's just a barista here. This is just
Oh,
like
hold
you
on.
get your
Somebody
coffee.
She's
request
still
that on
just
the
a
radio.
barista, you know what I mean?
That is
She's still
true.
just serving milk.
She's the most
steamed.
successful barista of all time.
She looks like very normal here.
Yeah, she looks good, dude.
Festival life is fun. I won't deny it.
Yeah,
It's crazy to watch somebody's transformation.
Yeah.
Like, look at here we go. She's like Taylor Swift here.
I'm surprised she didn't like scrub all this from the internet. Like, considering what
She
is
wants
now.
us to see her evolve like a Pokemon.
Yes. No, she does. Sarah's
Dude, this is-
exactly
yeah,
right.
she's an Eevee here, dude. This is just a
Yeah.
regular ass Eevee.
A
And somewhere
Vaporeon.
she eats a fucking berry or something that turns her into
Her
Right?
facial structure doesn't even look
jelly
right
on.
here.
Yeah, she's cute.
The blessings of Shannon Blake.
It's got dudes. It must. I will say like what we do glean from.
But she doesn't sing like Stevie Nicks. It's too bad.
But I will say what one thing you can learn from Shannon Blake is it's fucking awesome to have rich parents.
We're
Right?
always I was gonna say we're always
it's gotta be the
evolving.
best.
We're always evolving.
Yeah.
I think this is
Ever
gone.
evolve.
She's got a child here. I guess this is not.
And
that
she got
far
look.
back.
She got kids.
She does have a child.
Really?
Well, I
She
was
has a
saying I
child?
felt like I don't want to go
Yeah.
too far back because, like, how old is she? This is 2014. I don't want to
I'm
be looking at
afraid
like
Like
a
a decade,
16-year-old.
yeah.
We'll just stop it there. Yeah, that's enough.
I don't want to be looking at like a 16-year-old's Instagram account.
The Shannon lore. Yeah.
At least not publicly on stream.
Yeah,
Hey, it's
I
a
love
joke,
Shannon.
guys.
And now she's like our mushroom goddess.
So is
Doing shows with Alex Gray.
is DMT the best drug?
Drugs are subjective.
Caffeine
Everybody's
is
nervous system is different. Everybody's brain chemistry is
LSD.
different.
no.
I mean, I have
caffeine.
personal favorites. Like everybody has their personal favorites. I'm going to be a total, lush, and my favorites be things like 2CB, DMT. I will admit that ketamine's pretty cool, but you have to be very careful with it.
I did infusions at a doctor's office, and
Yeah.
it was pretty great. Yeah, because
John Lilly was super into it. The guy who did the dolphin business, he was all about ketamine.
when I had my like
Dolphin.
mental break from the other drugs I had done,
Yeah.
and I was like really struggling to come back from it after the fact. Like, when all the psychosis is over with, there's a whole, you're just getting the bad times are now just getting started. And I was like really struggling to come out of this, and a doctor recommended these ketamine infusions, and I did I think like 5 of them total. So it was like an hour session each time, and it did actually. It was like pretty effective. Like it pulled me out of like a really bad place, like a bad mental state, and I guess the trip itself that was also pretty fun. So it was like under the care and supervision of a doctor. I got to do drugs. I got to do a fun drug, and it actually served its like therapeutic medicinal purpose. And
Yeah, I think that's really key is a lot of the work that the scene is doing now is figuring out what those parameters look like so they can legalize it for therapeutic use. Yeah.
yeah, it was pretty sick. I mean, it was the worst part was like if they fucked up the injection spot,
Oh my God.
they kept having to stab my hand, and that hurt. But then when they would get it right, they were like they would screw.
You got the
right
good shit though. You didn't have to snort it. They just put it right in your vein.
It was so good. It was like they did a slow drip, so after about 10 minutes, it would take about 10 minutes for it to really take off. And then
Did you see dolphins though?
Yeah, there were dolphins. It was kind of what people talk about, where it was like I disassociated from, I guess, my corporeal form and just kind of drifted through the cosmos. I mean, I wasn't like totally unaware of my surroundings, but it was like I was definitely like fucked up. I was
Mhm.
either, if you want to call it high, or that I was receiving medical treatment. I was under the effects of a medicine, so to speak. It was definitely like yeah, I don't know, mind altering. But then afterward, like when I would come back and the trip, the medicine was done. I felt pretty good, and
Yeah.
then like a couple weeks later, I'd have to go back, and then yeah, I think like after like 5 of them, I said I feel like I've like gotten my mind back enough that I probably don't need to
It
keep
has
doing
good
this.
antidepressant qualities that have been
Yeah,
shown to be better than SSRIs, and it also is really good with therapeutic integration for trauma stuff too. Yeah, but recreational use can also be a spiral for people with ketamine. So
yeah, I've never done it
it's a
recreationally.
crazy mistress.
Do
Yeah.
you, do you
Yeah, it was,
know, Dalton, Chloe LeBranch, right?
yeah,
She goes to ketamine therapy and she's like, "Oh, it's great. If you just pay, you can go do street drugs and it
That's
doesn't
funny.
break your sobriety." Because she was just saying it really does
Oh,
help
because
her
it's sanctioned. It's not.
because it's sanctioned. Yeah, she's like,
Yeah.
if you got enough money, she's
Yeah.
like, you don't even have to put it on your insurance. You can just pay to go to one of the clinics. But she swears by it. She even has like a 10-minute bit in her stand up about it, how it like keeps her from breaking her sobriety. And then she's like, as long as you consider doing this street drug is not breaking your sobriety.
yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't even worried about sobriety when I did it. I was genuinely like, I am not coming back to reality, or I'm stuck in this.
It just makes you super relaxed, right?
Well, no,
It's wild.
yeah, it's a mind altering substance.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I thought it just made you like super sleepy
No,
and your
it's a
brain relaxed.
dissociative psychedelic. It's an analgesic. So it's dissociative. It's used for anesthetics in classic medicine, and it will dissociate you, but it's very trippy. It's like
What's
psychedelic drunk,
dissociation feel like?
where you're like outside of yourself,
Yeah.
where it's like it's depersonalized in a way. Some
All
people
right.
describe it as like seeing yourself from third person.
I kind of get that sometimes when just in everyday life with anxiety.
That's why you shouldn't do
But it's-
psychedelics.
But it's that, but super intense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does happen. That is a feature of psychology in general for some folks, and that's definitely on the spectrum of people who should be careful with psychedelic use for sure. Depersonalization is a word for it, dissociation.
Well, I was talking to somebody recently, and they just said that I was extremely cerebral,
Hmm.
and so I was like, Dalton's laughing at me, but I was like kind of thinking about that, how it took me a long time to even learn to be self-aware of myself, like of my body. And I was always kind of out of my body. So when I was doing weed, I was doing the same thing. I was like, I'm in my head. I'm even more in my head. I'm not even thinking about my body now. I'm just purely creating like whatever. And then I would like not come to, but realize, oh, you got to be careful what your body's doing right now, because if you're like
You're
working with
tripping all the
knives,
time, man.
with
If your
knives or
body
whatever, you can
isn't with
hurt
your
yourself.
brain,
Yeah.
body
No, you
brain.
know what I'm talking about? Like you do drugs and then you're cleaning your house or whatever, right?
Yes.
And then you forget that you're cleaning your house. You're just like in
Yeah.
your head and you're on cruise control, but you're still cleaning. But then you're like, okay, I'm going to empty the dishwasher now. And now you're holding knives and stuff, but you're in your head and your body's just reacting. Then you're like, whoa, I got to get into reality for a second
that's
right
You
now.
know, to be
because I'm
honest,
gonna be
like as
dealing
a
with knives.
recreational psycho, not whatever we would like to call it, like, yeah, there have been times where I've tripped balls and I've still had to engage metaphorically in the house cleaning and literally in the house cleaning, and that's where it gets kind of dicey. You know what I mean? But you got to be careful and not. You got to compartmentalize what you're doing, and the integration is super important.
Why are you cleaning houses?
Because I tripped too much, dude.
Yeah.
I was cleaning my own damn
Why
house.
are
My house was.
Mexicans?
I spent the money on drugs, Drew.
No, I live in New Hampshire. We don't have Mexicans up here. We've trying to figure that
nice.
out.
Yeah, sorting it.
No, we do. You have to go
Yeah,
over
she
the
told the
border into
truth.
Massachusetts to get Mexicans. They do exist, though. Yeah.
No, that Dave, what you're describing is not dissociating. It sounds like it's just being absent-minded.
No, it's
Autopilot.
different than that. You're
Because
in,
I know the experience you're talking about, where you smoke a bunch of weed and you're like in your own head, and
Nobody's ever done that. That's
You're like-
insane. For you to be the guy, be like, oh, I got paranoid from smoking weed and I don't smoke weed anymore. You're a faggot. I don't know what happened to your brain. That's an insane thing to say to me ever.
Drew, I've been places
We say
that you had poopy
sensitive.
pants.
We
Crazy,
say that
dude.
they're sensitive.
I mean,
Yeah, you're a
I've
faggot,
had
dude.
I've had that experience where like I've smoked
What?
weed and I'm like in a loop in my own mind of I'm just I'm
Get over it.
what ends up
Drew
happening.
smokes like a chimney, though, so his
fuck?
perspective
Yeah, I don't.
is.
Drew is another guy who it's like take any health advice, honestly anything Drew says is to be taken with a grain of salt. Not that Drew doesn't have valuable gems every now and then, but
No, dude, you can get through life smoking cigarettes and you're gonna be chill, dude. Things
Drew
are gonna work.
survived COVID because
that's health
he's a
advice.
smoker. Yeah.
That is
Yeah,
health
dude. Hey, you think cigarettes are getting through a cigarette? Or COVID's getting through a cigarette? No. So if you have a cigarette lit all
Exactly.
day,
He
every
coated
day,
his lungs with the smoke of
That's
cigarettes, and then the COVID couldn't get in.
Yeah.
That was like how he survived the vid.
the best mask I ever bought was Marlboro's
Mm-hmm.
I will
or
say,
Newport.
between the chat and everybody
I'm
here,
on
Sarah
Seneca
is
now.
the best at being, I guess it's empathetic, putting
Sarah's
yourself
retarded.
into other people's
universe hates
shoes
me.
Drew's microphone is
And-
driving me nuts.
and recognize, and Sarah's you recognize the ability to, and maybe it's from the teaching drugs and listening to people's experiences, that like the intensity for everybody is different.
Is way different.
what
I've seen
skyrockets
it
them.
firsthand. Oh yeah, I've seen it
what
firsthand.
skyrockets
And set and
some
setting's
and
crazy.
calms other. Yeah.
I want to tell you guys a story about what happened to me last night. Are you game?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's do
The
it.
wildest fucking shit, pardon me, happened
Hold
last
on
night.
1 second.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Get locked in. This was crazy. So, little like conspiracy wormhole for you guys. I've been looking into this like Tartarian mud flood theory stuff for a couple years and been really intrigued by old world architecture in general. Whether it's places like where I grew up, you got the San Francisco, what do they call it? The Palace of the Arts. Or in San Diego, you've got Balboa Park.
I know, but I don't think Dalton knows. What are the mud floods?
So just as a primer, there's this conspiracy theory that the history that we've been told is not accurate in terms of, the architectural origins of major city infrastructures and stuff. Like Chicago, which is all over, any major city in the United States will have old world architecture. And when you look into the history of it, the physics, the population density at the time, and the resources available don't make sense in terms
Yeah.
of how people accomplished that architectural feat. And so the theory goes that there was some kind of cataclysmic event. It could have been like a destabilization of the mantle. It could have been like a mud flood. Some geological event wiped out a sophisticated civilization at some point in the recent past few centuries.
Yeah.
And the people who inherited that infrastructure was the modern society that we know now. And that time frame might have been in the mid 1800s. And so a lot of the time frames that we're looking at with the history we're told like start in the 1920s. But there was no way that the society at that point was able to pull off some of these architectural
Somebody's
feats.
rewriting history and then claiming
People
that
have
we're
rewritten history.
rewriting history when we bring it up.
Essentially,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the primer for this story. I've been really interested in this for the past 2 years. I thought it was the dumbest shit I had ever heard when I first looked into it. I thought this was retarded, but I love conspiracies, and I'll take them at entertainment value at first, and I'll dig into them. And so I've been looking into this for like 2 years or so, and I wanted to go to a music show last night. I particularly love dubstep, whatever, bass music. Like there was a golden era of it about 10 years ago, and you kind of chase the dragon a little bit, trying to find producers you like, but you get disappointed. And there was a sort of a mids musician. I'm just name dropping whatever. I guess Desert Dwellers is supposed to be, or Diamond Saints, whatever, like some music act that's like,
And they're doing
okay,
dubstep, you said.
they're doing dubstep bass,
Okay.
right? And my friends and community have expressed that it's pretty good in their opinion. I think it's mids because I'm a snob, but I don't get out that much anymore. I really wanted to go out, so I was like, oh, let's give it a shot. We go to the spot, the Melody Ballroom, okay,
Sounds
and
familiar.
it's in Portland. It's old world architecture, and I have seen architecture like this, driving on the freeway, the Capitol buildings in different states. You pass by it and you're like, that's some Tartarian shit. But when you end up like up close and personal with it, it changes the experience completely because I love art. I'm a sort of like a material science nerd. I love like, you know, touching stuff. I'm like, is this clay? Is this plastic? Is this rubber? Like whatever. And we get to this spot and I look at the architecture and I instantly am like really excited because I'm like, this is some Tartarian shit. And I'm up inside it. Last time I got that opportunity was like Balboa Park in San Diego or Palace of Arts in San Francisco.
And this was just within the past 24 hours. So this is a fresh
Yes, this happened to me last night.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah. And so, but those two other experiences, I meant those two other places that I have been in person, I was not aware of the Tartarian theory before, but I have been in the past 2 years. So I have this like fresh perspective with which to look at all the architecture, have this moment. And I show up at the show and it's like, the music's supposed to be okay. And they got the big expensive speakers and sound system and all that stuff. And the opener is kind of mids, is not very good. And there's definitely not adequate sound treatment in the building. But this is the part that blew my mind. Because the amplified nature of the music and the lack of sound treatment was so mismatched for the old world architecture of the place, like the stonework and the way the floor was built and everything, it created such a discordant harmonic disresonance, whatever you call it. Like it was such a terrible acoustic experience that it was dysregulating everybody's nervous system. You could literally look around at the crowd and there would normally be people like getting down and dancing, getting all dirty, like, throwing it out. And I looked around and saw people standing there and that awkward feeling when you're like, I should want to dance because it's a show, pay good money to be here, but everything in my body says, this sucks. This is dog shit. I don't want to be here. And so I'm like wearing very nice, show ear protection, little earbuds, little ear racers, whatever. and you're supposed to be able to hear people speak through them. And
Yeah.
I've been to countless shows. You can hear people talk. They're wonderful.
Yeah, I wear the silicone moldable ones, and they're the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can hear people speak, you can hear the music, it's modulated, but I wasn't able to understand people speak at all. And it was very disorienting. And so I'm looking around, and the opener was terrible, bless him. But I go to like just write a note on my phone and show my partner, show my friend, be like, if this doesn't get better in 20 minutes, let's go. Right? The thing is, like, anonymous friend had a little psychedelic something, very minor, very small amount, should never have sent them into a K-hole, whatever. Okay. The amplification of the disharmonic acoustics completely changed that on a level
So this
that
is
I have never
basically
seen before.
Cartman
Never
trying
in
to
my,
find the brown note where you poop your pants.
it was,
So it was
yes,
just a very
yes.
negative
It
experience
was
that was
a,
like vibrating you guys.
it was, yes, it was like acoustic mal technology. It was almost like levels of like weaponized sound. It was so bad and so disharmonic that not only could I see everybody at the show not enjoying themselves, not dancing, feeling the social awkwardness, when in fact, like, they already knew they liked the music at home. They knew they liked the music at other venues, but like it was affecting their nervous system in such a
So-
way. But then when people took their favorite, whatever's imbibed in things, it completely changed the way it impacted their nervous system.
So you think that the room was like 432 and the music was 440? Like it was a 440.
It's kind of, yeah, that could be a way to
432
describe
hertz, like original
Is it? Yeah.
back in the day before they changed it to 440, and it's playing this digital thing in this ancient room.
We can
and
use
they're
that
just,
as a
butting
like
heads.
a metaphor or an allegory for sure. I don't know what the specifics are as far
Yeah,
as the
yeah.
acoustic frequencies involved, but yes, it was a complete mismatch between the spatial architecture of the place and the amplification of the sound without proper sound treatment.
It's
I went to a restaurant a couple nights ago, and I ordered fried shrimp and fried catfish, and I ate them with Tartarian sauce.
Yeah. Yes, sir. No, actually, like, that's for real. There are tiny clues, like tartan plaid, also a thing. And like if you read C.S. Lewis's The Chronicles of Narnia, there's some influences you can see that they're referencing, like kind of a Tartarian society, as well as in the Golden Compass. They mention the Tartars. So yeah, there's little threads that are left from the erasure of that history, and there's also some evidence in like leaked or declassified Russian intel that they were actively trying to suppress the old history of the Tartarian Empire.
It's got me thinking. So like,
wait, Dave, can you pull up, because Kenny was saying he's about to pass out.
Yeah.
The most recent in the private chat is Kenny's request. If you go to that video, go to the 28-minute, 30-second mark. So we got to do a little corn-fed radio. So wait, so what you're saying, Sarah?
2830, you said?
2830, yes. So the building was constructed for like chanting or some kind of acoustic type music, but then
I don't even know, but it wasn't. It's like it's definitely wasn't sound treated to be a modern venue.
Created a dissonance between the music and the building.
It's like trying to do stand up in a tall room. Like people didn't even want to laugh because it just doesn't hit you right. The laughter, the sound, everything doesn't fill.
Is it possible that the music just sucked?
The opener absolutely sucked, but the headliner was like mids in my personal opinion, and it would have been tolerable, but it was on a level that was beyond aesthetic taste. It was affecting people's bodies. Yeah.
Wow.
And it's funny because I've actually heard from other producers, like other music producers who are in the area and tried to do shows there, that this is a recurring problem.
Well, you know, you're Dolphin Pruitt, so you should know. Do you remember when the government was doing experiments with waves in the ocean, and they were trying to come up with these weapons using sound, and a bunch of whales and dolphins beached themselves because they couldn't deal with the vibrations.
Okay,
in the ocean.
I'm not a beached whale.
Oh, oh.
I know I have put on some pounds
You're
over
a
the
beach
last couple of
dolphin.
years.
Yeah.
I'm working on it, man. I had
Hey,
a
Dalton,
salad.
I didn't say that on purpose.
I know I put on some pounds. I had a salad today, and I ordered it with grilled chicken. They brought it with fried chicken anyway, and I didn't want to make a fuss, and so I just ate it. But
You know what I hear works really good is the intermittent fasting thing.
yeah, I usually go about 4 hours in between meals.
Yeah, so I'm gonna call, like I know somebody who basically like starts eating at 2 in the afternoon and they stop at 8 and they've had really good results
Yeah, I
with
could do that. I could eat for 6 hours straight, and then
Dude, that hit me so good, dude. Just like, yeah, I'm intermittent fasting. I'll fast for an hour, then I'll eat again, then I'll fast
That was
for
a good
another
one, yeah.
hour.
I'm really good at intermittent fasting. I could eat and then take a break for like an hour and come back, have some mozzarella sticks.
Dude, such a positive
So
outlook on
here we
life.
go. This is a Monster Mash cover.
These guys look super familiar.
This is Corn Fed Radio 148.8 WKNIGG. Go ahead.
This one too. But this is an unreleased track.
Yeah. Now imagine Bobby Boris Pickett is singing the Monster Mash and his ex-girlfriend that broke his heart is in the crowd and he knows this is ridiculous.
Should we have matching shirts, Dalton?
No.
Okay. Sorry I mentioned it.
Emo, yeah, it's like Weezer.
Her pussy's trash. It's filled with trash.
This is good.
It's filled with trash. It's filled with trash. But they were all brand. Her pussy's trash. That pussy's trash.
This is gold.
Pussy's trash.
Boyfriend rose and she left me for. I saw him get up, then walked out the door. But as he left, he turned and said this. Whatever happened to that tight little slit?
It's pussy's trash.
Oh shit.
Dude, that lady in the white dress is not loving this. The front row.
She's a live a little.
It is real on boy.
They're 100% committing at least, which is great. Let me rewind it for a sec. Let me see if we can find that white chick that was not having it. White dress.
Oh, bless her.
Right here, this chick right here, not happy with the situation.
Well, you know how to girl think, dude.
Oh my.
Yeah, she's unhappy.
She's like, I want to just have a chip. Maybe she's not confident in her own vagina, and so this is bringing up
It's triggering.
stuff for
This
her.
is
yeah.
financial
Poor lady.
advice. By the way, I have financial advice. This is not financial advice, actually. Do your own research. I have to qualify this. But I made a lot of money on some cryptos, on one crypto a couple weeks ago, and so I rotated. And I bought something called In Liquid, which I don't know where the developer's at on the name.
Is that called Kool-Aid?
That's been the joke in the Twitter group. Is that
Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm not the first one. I'm a hack, folks.
The name originally was Soft A Liquid. It was spelled out.
I do remember now that you sent this.
And
to
then
me.
the developer said, "Hey, I really want to actually make this into a real futures trading platform."
I forgot all about this.
Yeah, he said, "I think I got to change the name to just In Liquid." And then everybody said,
pull up
"No,
the screen here.
keep the N word."
Yep.
And so I don't know where he's at on the name, but it's Hyperliquid, like the Hyperliquid, the actual futures trading thing that's like for crypto. This is in liquid, so it's Hyperliquid for meme coins.
If we could, I have it up on the screen here if you want, Dalton.
Should I start DMT coin? I think that needs to be a thing.
There might be that might already
might already be a thing. Oh my god!
I forgot all about this. So when you said N
Holy
liquid,
cow!
my mind
I
immediately
get it now.
My mind immediately filled in the blanks and then thought Kool-Aid. And
I
then
didn't get it till now.
I remember this. Yeah.
So this because it's the weekend.
I'm sorry for making you guys think this word, by the way, in your head.
Yeah, but
that's not the type of show that we are here.
Crypto usually takes a bit of a slumber on the weekend, so it's now actually right now it's on a dip, a pretty good dip, but it's holding a good floor. It's at about.
Is that a chicken leg?
It's a fried chicken.
Oh my god,
leg.
It is.
Yeah,
okay. Just curious.
But yeah, this one,
guys, if you're gonna make a coin, this is not nice.
This is actually a promising.
No, just buy. Dalton should make a coin, and we should make dolphin coin and DMT
dolphin
coin.
coin's a good idea.
People should buy that.
But this is actually promising because the funny thing is, it actually works. Like the actual platform, the website that he made for this.
Unlike N liquid, this platform actually works.
It actually works. Like it functions as a futures trading platform, and it has a real utility. And the developer has
What's the utility? Racism?
No, it's perpetuals. So it's the same thing that's causing everybody to lose all their fucking money on Hyperliquid, longing and shorting, but for meme coins.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I got some cute little black cats to feed and cuddle good night before I go to bed, actually.
I feel that's usually where we lose any girls that are involved. Is when
we lost.
Well, I mean, I was gonna dip at 10, but my little fat cat came in to chomp on stuff.
For a good long while.
No, you did great.
I had so much fun. I really appreciate you guys having me on. It was a treat.
Of course, and we love to have you back because I feel like we barely scratched the surface on drugs. We didn't even talk about common side effects. Have you watched Common Side Effects?
No.
Go watch
I need
Common
to.
Side
It looks
Effects.
really funny. Absolutely.
And then we'll have you back after you watch Common Side Effects because
I'd love that.
I'd love to hear your perspective on it.
Just pull up. Give me a screen share 1 second before she leaves.
Oh yeah,
guys, we're gonna put the link down below in the YouTube channel.
It's such a fun book. We poured so much effort into it. It's super colorful. It has incredible information on all the latest studies from major universities. Got Rick Strassman's research from the 90s, Imperial College London from a couple years ago, and then John Hopkins, as well as stuff from classic like Earwid forums. We've got
Sumo Dog, the Sumo Dog guys here.
I've seen this
guy.
guy.
Oh, Nimbus, yeah.
Yeah.
So this book is a labor of love. We dreamt of it 10 years ago and it finally came to life. I think that anybody who likes weird states of consciousness or psychedelics, it's a classic waiting to happen on your bookshelf. So check it out. And thank you guys for having me on your show.
$16.99 on Kindle, $17.50 on paperback. And then if you do get it and you do like it, make sure you leave a review.
Please, that would be awesome.
To up the stats for everybody. It's got 4.6, almost 5 stars, so people like it.
People do like it. We were on Coast to Coast about a month or so ago. So it's I got to talk to George freaking Knapp. Yeah.
George Knapp? Who is it?
Yes.
I thought it was who I have not followed Coast to Coast.
There's George Norrie and George Knapp. George Norrie is Snorri, in my opinion, but George Knapp is like a king. He's a good successor to Art Bell. Yeah.
Damn, I gotta listen to Coast again because I would listen to Art Bell when I was a kid. In my day,
I listen to him falling asleep these days. I go on YouTube and I fall asleep to old Art Bell episodes.
And I remember George Norrie was on a lot when I was a kid too. Like I just remember being in my dad's truck on the AM frequency, listening to crackly Coast to Coast, and then every now and then like a country station would invade because AM radio doesn't work too good.
Classic memories.
Yeah. So, well, Sarah, thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Yeah,
it's been awesome.
And they do
Sounds
have,
great.
it looks like the first chapter up that you can go onto Amazon and just look through.
Hell yeah.
But I'm sure that you guys will like it. So, and then we're going to put your Substack below as well if anybody's on
Cool.
Substack,
I write a
so.
lot of nerdy thoughts on the Substack, and then I'm rebooting my own YouTube channel, Dreamseed VR. I talk about virtual reality, psychedelics, tech ethics, and philosophy stuff.
We can put the LinkedIn up, but I don't think this crowd is going to even know what LinkedIn
LinkedIn
is.
is lame. You don't want
So-
that.
LinkedIn
Yeah.
sucks, dude.
So we're
I
just
won't
gonna
even
put
finish a job
the-
application.
The book and the link to the book, and then link to the Substack and the thing before. And then do you want to do your Twitter as well? Or-
I am Goblin Queen at Twitter. That is where I'm a troll. I do things that are probably not great for my career on my Twitter. So if you guys like realness, like I'm a clown on Twitter as Goblin Queen Sara Phinn.
Yep. So
Cool.
support Sarah and all she does, guys.
Thank you.
It's Drew Huntley's sis. So
That's
she's
my
part of the-
bro.
Part
Yep.
of the family here at Cornfed.
Thanks,
so thank
Drew,
you
for
so
connecting me, and thank you
for
guys for
stopping
having
by.
me on your show.
Yeah,
See you
and
next time.
I think we're gonna have you in the future with Avens on to talk mushrooms and have you all together.
I
at
would love
once.
that.
So okay,
That'd
all
be
right, perfect.
amazing.
All right,
You guys have a great night. Till next
Good
time.
night.
Right.
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Okay, now we can talk about
In
K-Coin.
liquid. In
K-Coin,
liquid.
where they clip the corners off the edges.
Yeah, man. It's October, so it's all up for the month of October. The fruits of my gambling are finally going to pay off because, I cashed out. I sold half of my XBT bag a couple weeks ago, and I made a good chunk of money. And then I rotated that into various positions, and they're all holding a pretty good floor. Where it's like I'm not getting rugged,
Yeah.
Like they're all. I'm like, oh, I can sit on these for a minute, and so it's between that and I got a significant amount of H bar, all that XRP.
I've been lazy, so I got a big pump in all my crypto from like whatever not this past month, but before that. And so I pulled a lot out in stablecoin and then didn't know what to do. So I dollar cost averaged into some stuff. And now I just have a position in Ethereum that pays me from the fees.
Mm.
But the position is super, super wide. And I'm just making more than I would. I'm beating inflation basically with it. And I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
That September was the month to buy because October, everything's pumping, dude.
Yeah, I'm kind of... I'm working on an AI automation business, which I know you probably hate to hear. And I'm also doing medical currying now for emergency patients.
You're doing Indian medicine?
Yeah, Indian medicine. Yeah.
Medical currying?
Currying. Yeah. AI, which is an Indian and delivering curry. Now, I got a pretty sweet gig delivering basically same-day emergency home cancer treatment stuff to people. They're out of the hospital. And so it just gets me out of the house in the afternoon. I drive like tons of hours. I've been driving up to Canada and dropping it off and then driving home.
Damn.
But it's like, I just listen to podcasts and it's like $40 an hour to just drive up 3 hours, drop it off, and then drive home. Yeah, it's really good. Considering there's no thought process to it, and then you get to write all the miles off and everything.
Well, I got another one that's doing well called Hosako Cat. I have a pretty
another meme.
Yeah, I have a pretty diverse bonk folio and pump folio.
With Pump Fund, now that you can like make money off residuals, why don't we do a corn-fed coin for the fans?
I guess we could. I've never wanted to make one because if it goes bad, I'll get blamed for anybody losing their money. And I do not want to be involved in that.
So like, Haley Welch Hakatua, she did like a kind of a legitimate rug. Whether or not she was involved, but I think the other people rugged it. Trump Coin didn't actually rug. It's just that they got in, a bunch of people pumped it, they sold some, and then the people that pumped sold and crashed it back down, and everybody's like, oh, it got rugged. But a true rug is when the developers and the seed wallets wait till there's some money and pull it out.
Yeah.
But people don't know that. So if you and me made a coin and it went way up and we didn't sell, but then the people that pumped it up sold and it crashed it, we would look like the idiots.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want to be involved in making any coin because like it could be something. I would never rug anybody, but a malefactor
that's what I'm saying.
or some malicious actor could come in, buy up a huge percentage of it, and then rug it themselves, and then I catch all the heat for that happening. And it's like,
well, the good thing would be is if there was a way to figure it out where the people that were involved, like you, Kevin, myself, maybe even Robbie, got like seed wallets where we got a percentage of the stuff, and then the people that joined the Patreon could get like a monthly siphon of coins for being a member.
Oh, yeah.
And then it's not really costing you anything, but they're getting in on the ground level.
I don't know about all this.
And then anybody that buys in as you become more and more successful would be at the ground level. And then as it goes up over the years, everybody.
I guess for right now, just everybody help me pump my bags. Buy in liquid.
So one thing I will say,
Huntley Sailor Moon intro.
So what's the corn-fed Patreon? How many subs are in there now?
Oh, let me look it up.
I know you're a Crowder head, but
no, I maintain both. I keep an eye on both of them. I don't have that off the top of my head. Let's see. I have a chat. Somebody messaged me.
Okay, so I see corn-fed with Dalton Pruitt, the Corn Tent, 147 members, 204 posts.
Mm-hmm.
And it does show your monthly on here. Do you know that this is open to the public?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind people seeing that. I feel like.
Oh, I thought that's $259 a month and 10 cents. I thought that was $2,591. I was like, bro, you got to break me off a piece if you're making that on YouTube.
I don't have any reservations about keeping the money public because I don't know. I was going to say,
do you have tiers like let's get?
I have.
So like, what could we do for the fans? You have 147 members right now. If we got that to 250, what could we do for the fans? You know what I mean? Like if we got the 250 members,
Lexus will show her bare breasts on the show.
On the Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What about, because most of our fans are gay, what could we get them? Would you show your bare?
I'll show my bare penis.
And by bare he means gay and hairy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll figure something out.
I think that if there was tiers like on the Patreon, we can do different things. Maybe 200 members. I'll make an 8-hour video of me.
Yeah. When it hits 300 members, we'll do a jingling key spooktacular. All jingle, all keys. 2 jingle, 2 keys. Tokyo keys.
5,000 corn-fed. We're definitely having a corn festival where everybody can come to.
Yeah.
I do think the incentives need to be there for them because we got guests. Next week we're gonna have Drew and Miguel on, so everybody should show up to that. I got some other people coming on. I think Perry and Walter are gonna come on. So Alpha Perry and then Walter. And they're fun, even though that they're. I think they're both MAGA heads. I don't think it's a bit. But but they're still fun. And I think Perry was a good guest last time. So we're going to do more of that. And get the crowd involved. I think we've had good guests now. The fans are building. I'm getting on Instagram, I'm getting people that said, Dalton, you'll like to hear this. Somebody said that Corn-Fed Saturday Night is their new favorite stream. They had messaged me. So shout out to them. Everybody loved Zora last week. I'm sure everybody loves Sara this week. So we're going to keep that up, but we need to start pushing the Patreon. And we're counting on you guys because you're such a close-knit group of fans to help us spread the show, because you know that YouTube is not going to push us into the algorithm, you know, just considering we listen to Fleetwood Mac
and I have a good
Pump and Coin.
I have a great piece of artwork coming from Chris Elliott, art of _Chris. So that'll be a new shirt that people can buy. This is it's a fun shot. I'm glad people are finding it and enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Let's get some super chats going. We do have we have a couple more Corn-Fed Radio requests. Or
are the links in the private?
We got two. The other link I posted is in the chat, in the private chat. Should be the King Gizzard that Corey requested.
That's not it.
And then
okay, I got this here.
This is it. This is fucking 6.5 minutes.
Are we gonna get pulled off for this?
I don't think so.
What kind of costume is this we got going here?
Oh.
Is he dressed as a tartaton or whatever it's called?
Stack sats and save on the blockchain. Free yourself from monetary serfdom. Again? I have a few stats.
So, you ever hear about that thing? I think it's called a tardigrade or something like that. A tardigrade.
Tardigrade.
Yeah, and it can go in space. It can go in lava. It can go under the ocean. It can't die. It's like the only being that can live like everywhere.
Yeah,
is that what this guy's dressed as?
Yeah, I think he's a tardigrade.
Yeah, he's definitely a tardigrade. He's a retardigrade. I like that.
Oh, it's No Ho Hank.
They're trying to creep me out. They're doing a good job. The music rocks, though.
This is good.
I thought I might be able to turn captions on. Dude, that costume must stink. It looks itchy. Uh-oh. Dude, the Hat Man's gonna get us. So this is about weed then. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, it's a song about mushrooms.
Oh man.
This is $25 in his pocket. It's got me standing at the foot of rainbows. Keeps talking about happiness in his pocket that costs $25.
I don't go for drugs.
Oh, catching smoke. Maybe it is weed. Maybe it's crack cocaine rocks. Never smoked crack cocaine rocks. I'm glad we didn't turn it off before this Dr. Seuss stuff. It's pretty funny.
Drip doesn't walk.
Just imagine getting into costume and doing this. I mean, they're committing to the bit, which is good.
They all look like they're about to get pepper sprayed by ice.
Gay guys have the most fun, I will say. You know, they get to do this and then they get to butt fuck each other afterwards.
Don't be vulgar.
I'm not. There's nothing wrong with being homosexual and butt fucking each other. If you don't want to go to heaven.
Here we have
if you make that choice.
This is Drew Cornfed Radio. This is Drew Huntley's request here. I'm putting it. Pull this up.
Okay, let's get this. We'll go this in the chat. Stay tuned, everybody.
I cannot recommend the new Paul Thomas Anderson movie enough. One Battle After Another is so good, especially if you're a libtard, libcuck, leftist like myself.
Yeah, I'm based. I'm wicked based, so I don't know if I would like it. It sounds cringe to me because I'm so based.
I'm a libtard, and I think it's just like an incredibly well-made movie. Like it's so dynamic, or whatever. You know, I don't know. It was really fun. Like I enjoyed watching it, and then the politics of the movie, I felt like were something I need to mull.
What was it called? One War After Another.
One Battle After Another. Because it's the argument that it's woke garbage or whatever. It's a movie that has like.
Yeah, let's pull the. We got the trailer up. Let's watch the trailer. I don't know what you're talking about here.
Yeah, I can't believe you see this trailer, dude. This movie is so fucking good.
All right, let's put this trailer on real quick. This looks good already. I like this, and it's Leo.
Yeah, and this sort of like anxious feeling that is in this trailer. It's the whole 3 hours, dude.
Pat an eyelash.
Good morning.
Right off the bat,
There
I'm
are no
loving the
pins on the
costume
clock.
design.
Why?
I'm loving the feel.
Because they're not needed.
What time is it?
Fuck. You know, I don't remember that part. All right, let's just not nitpick over the passwords. This is Bob Ferguson.
I think
was
the
a part of
stream
the
got
Flight
taken down.
75.
Did it?
What? Pause.
Did the stream get taken down? I think the stream went down.
So
Did
we
it?
can still see our time, but they're off.
Hold
Looks
on.
like
I
the
think,
chat.
yeah,
went
I think
down.
I think the stream got taken down. Let me see. Yep, the stream suspended for policy violations. So, yeah,
you think it was from the trailer?
Turn that off. Yeah, we'll have to turn that off, so we'll take that down. Shit. See, this is what I'm talking about, man.
Sorry,
You
I
can't do
didn't know.
multimedia on a fucking.
Boo. Yeah, but you're not getting monetized anyways, right?
It's not that. It's fucking, I don't know, algorithms or something.
Well, they got enough show. Or does it come back?
I might come back. We probably could just end it, and then the people who paid for songs will get upset. But shit, man. Let me see. Is it back?
2, 3,
Is it back?
4 rags. I mean, I still see that we're live on my end.
Yeah. Well, technically, we're still streaming on StreamYard.
Gotcha.
But on YouTube, it has been taken down.
Yep, that's what they'll do. Israel's coming after us, folks. That's why you got to go over to the Patreon and subscribe.
Because I'll show you. This is what it looks like on YouTube.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. I'm watching here too.
So it's just taken down. Stream unavailable. Well, I'm gonna go piss real quick.
All right.
Just wait a second.
Interesting. Maybe we'll come back. Are we back? We're back, folks. Hello, hello. Maybe we'll come back. Hey, welcome to. We don't know why we got shut down, but it looks like we're back. Are we back? Can you see me? We're back, folks. It looks like the trailer got us shut down, so we're not going to be doing multimedia anymore. We're going to be listening to the Sailor Moon theme song, maybe, but we don't want to. It might be because we listened to like a whole song, then we listen to that right on top of it, and then this, but we don't know what got shut us down. It's crazy because we're not monetized, right? So we should be able to play anything that we want, but they're coming at us, all right? So eventually they're going to censor me and Dalton for being the coolest, best, livest stream that there ever is. That's why you got to go over to the Patreon and subscribe, because when they take us down, when they try to deplatform us, when the Israelites come after us and they take our comedy off air, you want to make sure that you know exactly where we are. And that's why you want to head over to Patreon.com to the Corn-Fed feed, subscribe there, get on the Patreon so that when they do take us down, when YouTube comes after us, you'll be able to find us there. Okay?
Whoa, dude.
Yeah, I don't know how to get that off.
Fractals.
But it's pretty cool, dude.
This is the kind of shit Sarah was telling us about. Dude, this is what it's like to do DMT.
Dude, I'm doing DMT.
It's YouTube dude. All the way down.
Yeah, it's YouTube's all the way down. It's true, dude. Yeah, so they see us trying to censor the top comedy, dude. I bet you Joe Rogan probably and Tony Hinchcliffe probably called it in to shut us down because we're catching their tails and they don't want to see us succeed. They try to keep us down.
Um.
We
Anyway,
got Dave's Ladder,
I just
Infinite
think, I think
Dave.
the movie is doing more than just being woke, which that word has lost all meaning at this point.
It looks good.
The
I was in.
criticisms, dude. It's like that's the
Leo
thing.
rules. The music ruled. The costume and wardrobe ruled. Right in those couple of seconds.
That's the thing is like even if you don't agree with the politics of the movie, it's still a spectacle. Fucking Warner Brothers threw $175 million at this thing, and you see that on screen. Like Paul Thomas Anderson is, expert filmmaker. He knows what he's doing. So,
to me, it
the
depends.
chat is saying that this whole shit shut down during that King Gizzard. So they didn't even see us pulling up that trailer.
Okay.
Oh, anyway, yeah, we're talking about one battle after another. Because I think it's like, I hate to say it's an important movie, but given everything that's going on right now, it is. And it's like, I don't know, David Graeber.
What are they trying to propagandize you into?
Nothing. I don't think the movie's trying to get anybody to do anything except give a shit.
So why is it a lefty movie?
Well, so there's something that a lot of like anarchist leftists talk about, and something that like David Graeber always preached when he was still alive before they got his ass, which is like that the only way to really affect any real change is through direct action. So you're not going to be able to vote your way into the world you want. You have to actually do something. And so that he was one of the figureheads.
I'm an anarchist I don't think anarchist is left or right, but I do believe it's about community level. It's not about government. The government sucks.
He was one of the figureheads for like the Occupy Wall Street movement.
Okay.
And he said, he was like, even though it didn't go well, it was like an effort for direct action, like actually going somewhere and doing something. And so this movie is about it's stylistically it's a movie that's almost like a 1970s version of 2025, because there's this sort of like Black Panther-esque, like Fred Hampton type group that's like these leftist revolutionaries who seem like out of place. What's the word? Chronologically.
Do they say they're leftists in the movie?
Do what?
Do they say that they're left? So how do you? Why do you feel as if they're leftists?
Well, the movie, like, spoiler, it opens with them raiding a fucking immigration detention center and liberating immigrants.
Well, so, as like I probably wouldn't put myself on either side, but if somebody talked to me, they would probably put me on the right. But most of the people that I know that are libertarians, that are anti-government, don't want the government handling importing or exporting of people.
Right. Well, it's.
But I get like what you're saying. Within the political spectrum, they're doing what would be considered like a lefty.
Yeah,
leftist act.
Trust me, if you watch the movie, they don't say they're the movie is distinctly leftist in its politics.
So like when you watch like what's the Netflix one with the pigs, that are the big giant super pigs, that's the vegan movie.
My wedding video?
No, the Korean movie. I forget.
Squid Game?
No, it's like I forget. It's like Kucha or something. It's a Korean Okja. Yeah. When you watch that, people are like, "Oh, this is lefty," and I guess it kind of is, like saving animals type thing or whatever. So I get what you're saying from that perspective. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so they're a terrorist
they're
group.
Like a throwback 70s era revolutionary group.
It's not quite Fight Club.
It's similar to like Project Mayhem, but it's more in line with like Fred Hampton.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like
you were like, oh, him.
Yeah, it's kind of anachronistic. It's kind of anachronistic. The what was the word? The contrast between like this group in the whole movie versus between that and it being like the present day, because it's very much like
He's on a payphone right off the bat.
yeah. So the movie takes place in this weird version of 2025 that's also the 70s. And it's not like that's anything that is explicitly stated, or that I don't even know if that's what he was going for, but that's like kind of what I
get that.
derived from watching it, was that it was like this is all very much like early civil rights type of shit happening, but that's like now times.
Yeah, I've seen some movie that was like they were Nazi killers, but it was set in like, but they had like an imaginary Trump president guy in the movie or whatever. And
so it doesn't even get into like the big government like that. Like it stays pretty ground level. Anyway, I don't know. It's a good movie.
It's from what I saw in the trailer before it got shut down. It looks like something I would like. So, like when I watched Mission Impossible, there was a ton of propaganda for the right and the left in there. Like, so they make the military look kick ass, which is like right leaning. But then they had like a female and a race of everything. Like they had a Russian, an Inuit, a black, like, you know what I mean? They had like the whole spectrum of stuff. And so they check all the boxes. But I mean, you can just appreciate something for being good. Sometimes I listen to NPR, and they do beautiful propaganda. They make you feel like every show's a new show.
I was first radicalized by Prairie Home Companion.
Is that NPR?
Have you ever listened to Prairie Home Companion?
No. But I listen. So like they have a show on the NPR up here called All Things Considered.
Sure.
And the name itself is propaganda.
It wouldn't just be up where that would be everywhere.
Okay. Well, I guess so, because they're
National
considering
Public
everything.
Radio.
Yeah, but I know that like, so I listen to VNPR and I listen to NHNPR, and they're different.
Oh.
So like the Vermont one is slightly different from the New Hampshire one, but what's beauty about it is each show pretends like it's different, but it's telling one big story that leads up to something. So if you're home listening to it all day, but when I listen to it, I'm like, so the only time I listen to it is when I'm up in the Canadian border and you have no cell data and anything, so you can only listen to French radio, which is hilarious because it's they play modern day songs, but it's like French people talking, or you can listen to NPR. And if you change the station, it's just NPR starting at a different time. So if you don't like download podcasts before I go up there, the only content that you can get is that. So
you know that there is a public access hip hop station called Public Radio. So anyway, it's good. But I can watch. I can.
EBT
the thing about EBT radio. The thing about movies and art and entertainment and all that is like, typically conservatives and right wingers don't invest as much into culture like art and entertainment and shit like that, because their primary focus is on their own personal comfort and their own like isolation, right? And that's not to say that conservatives or right wingers can't make.
If you go after Mel Gibson,
That's what I'm saying. Mel Gibson is an exception. Mel Gibson's actually very talented.
He's the exception that proves the rule. Yeah.
He makes really good movies, and that's the thing is like I watch.
Some say the best movies.
Yeah, like I watch something like Apocalypto, and it's like certainly reactionary in its politics, like the way it portrays these tribes, and then basically the end of the movie saying that this is like divine God. It's like God's will for the Europeans to show up and waylay these tribal peoples and take over because they were too savage to ever exist, isolated from European intervention. That's like framed in a way. It's framed in a very like Anglo-centric way that says like the impending colonization and devastation brought forth by the white man.
I didn't think about it like that. It's interesting that you got that from the movie because I didn't. I took away that it was an imaginary situation that was set up in like reality. So it was just like this was going on, and then white man did this at the end. So it's kind of putting into this imagination of what was happening, and then to put it in without using words, to put it like what was the time frame was why they had that ending.
No, the ending to me was like you have a big fish chasing a smaller fish, and then a way bigger fish shows up and is going to eat both of them.
But I'm saying I think that's what happened in the real kind of like in the real world, with those people. And like,
I guess it's like knowing my point. I guess my point is that knowing Mel Gibson in his politics, I go into the movie like I guess watching it from that lens, but even then I still will say like this is the best movie ever made. So it's like whatever.
Yeah, I didn't go into it politically. That I wasn't saying you're right and that I'm right and you're wrong. I was saying I didn't get that feeling when I watched it. My experience was just that this is like kind of historically accurate, even though this is an imaginary thing. Similar to like, I think they actually his Passion of the Christ had more political leanings.
Well, what I'm getting at though,
so you might be right. So you might be right.
What I'm getting at is just there's not as much right wing or conservative art and entertainment that exists because that's not something they value as much in themselves.
The Cosby Show, Tim Allen, what are some other right wing stuff?
Because,
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Look at the way conservatives talk about like higher education, like universities and colleges. Like they despise the humanities or any sort of liberal arts, and so they want to like dissuade anybody from ever studying that shit or like pursuing careers in the liberal arts.
I will say that is something that's not natural phenomenon that I've watched, right? And I agree with your experience on that. It wasn't always the case. So I think the modern day discouragement from that is because there's a huge amount of funding that has turned those arts into political teachings instead of how they used to be more generic.
All art is political.
This is very political, like left-leaning communistic. So they're like, well, this isn't even what it used to be anymore. It's a propaganda machine. So they're saying don't pay for the modern thing. But when I was younger and it was less like that, there wasn't a stank on it. There was a stank like if you're going to go do modern dance or something or ballroom dancing.
I think they genuinely despise the notion of anybody studying the arts. I don't think they value it.
But what I'm saying, when I grew up in it, there wasn't that feeling because like classical music is heavily right wing. Like Shakespeare and that stuff was pushed heavily. Like when you look at like the Nick Fuentes people that are like pushing arts, they love when they think of like Greek architecture.
That's their
and
conception. That's their conception of what's high society or what's like classy.
But I'm saying they look at that as right wing, and I think they still consider that art, like violin and all that stuff, as art. They don't see that as left.
Right. And it's like whatever.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm showing you what I'm just saying when I think about it, that's what I think.
But also when it comes, this is why I think the right wing victory will not have the staying power that the libtard years did. Is just because they're not capable of creating as much or as quality like art and entertainment. Because like
I'm having a hard time, especially with memes, dude. Think about the left can't meme, dude.
Yeah,
the right
the
right is the meme master, dude.
The left invented memes. You think You think a Republican?
They did actually invent the word meme. I mean,
You think a fucking Republican could come up
what
with
was his name? What was the book that
Knuckles,
guy wrote?
Knuckles, Sudanese Knuckles, saying, "I can show you the way." You think a fucking Republican could come up with that?
It was just recently too, in like my lifetime. What was the hell? It was the name of the book that guy wrote where he coined the phrase meme. It was a leftist.
He didn't coin it, but I think Richard Dawkins.
Well, yeah, Dawkins made it popular. Yeah, it's like ancient, but yeah, he made it popular.
What you think Republicans could have come up with? Here come that boy, oh shit, what up?
Isn't that a Groper?
No, that's just a frog on a unicycle.
You think that's right?
I think that might even predate Pepe and all that.
So like, I don't see like 4chan. I don't see as right or left. I just think those were like extremely online guys. Do you think 4chan is left or right?
4chan, I don't know, man. 4chan was starting to get really popular when I was in high school, and even then, I was like scared of it because I was like, whatever's going on here, these people are just, I don't know I don't know. I don't know what.
I think Tumblr was left.
It seems like 4chan is more geared toward just ironic, extremely online, edgy. I don't know what. It doesn't seem like there's like any sort of ideology that exists within 4chan other than chaos. Chaos reigns.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. I'm trying to figure out like. For me, I like when I think of certain things, I feel a certain way, and we have different feelings on these things. So, like, Tumblr feels very leftist to me.
Tumblr's libtarded.
Okay, so Tumblr feels libtarded. I think Twitter now,
Twitter sucks now, dude. Twitter can suck my fucking balls now.
I haven't been on in a couple days. I came back. It was
it's so fucking. And by the way, like knowing what little I know about. How these social media sites are managed and what their goals are or how they work. The fact that like when I open Twitter, I'm immediately just incensed and aggravated, and I feel angry. Like I feel like bothered by everything on there. I'm like, this is by design. Like he bought this fucking website to foment discontent amongst everybody. To like generate more to just like generate more engagement with this website to like further his own ends.
People want answers though too. So like if you put up like a neutral position where you're trying to see all sides of something, people don't like that. They like pick a side. I need to either be angry or I need to love this. I need to dig in, either hate or love.
Yeah, and it's definitely in the web, and it's like definitely since Elon bought it, it has like shifted to be more agreeable to like right wing type of shit. That's why there was that big exodus for everybody going to Blue Sky, is it was just like a bunch of people who were like, well, the shit that's like happening on Twitter now is making me wildly uncomfortable and angry, and I don't find it valuable in any way. So they went to a website that also sucks.
Yeah. So I was thinking about this a while ago, right? So in economics, one of the hardest things to do is see the unseen, right? So before Rumble, people are like, you look at YouTube and you think this is just a politically neutral thing where people are posting like, you know, Mr. Beast is setting people. Mr. Beast is giving you $100K if you can rescue your grandmother from a fire in a locked house.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of politically neutral. But then Rumble arises and they're like, Rumble is the, the alt-right or the extreme right video platform. But this now implies that YouTube was political and we just couldn't see who they were censoring. Right? So then if you go on Twitter and you're like, okay, this is neutral, but then Blue Sky emerges, which is considered a heavily left-wing thing now. It's because it shows that X pushed out the leftists by being political, and they had to create their own thing. And so I don't look at Twitter as being neutral because this whole other site like emerged. But now that should also make me question what YouTube's up to that Rumble had to emerge.
Well, I can tell you that nobody wants to actually use Rumble because all these incendiary figures that got kicked off of YouTube are trying to like get back onto YouTube. So it indicates to me that they went to Rumble out of necessity, but they've just been drooling at getting back on YouTube because Rumble sucks. Rumble fucking blows, dude.
That could be, but I was thinking more of like,
I know
and that's
that, I know
fine.
that
If you own a
YouTube-
platform, you're allowed to choose what's on that platform.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, like when it comes to corporations' ideology is money. So, like, whatever way the wind is blowing, a corporation will capitulate. And so, I mean, yeah, now that you're seeing,
But a corporation is held by law to have fiduciary rights to the board and to collect taxes. So
yeah, so whatever makes money. So it's like,
well, the government forces them to do that, though.
yeah, the point I'm making is that a corporate entity like YouTube, which is owned by Google or however that works, is now that there's been this right-wing political and cultural victory, you'll probably start seeing YouTube begin to try to appeal more to like right-wing. It'll start to shift because, like, yeah, in the years prior to this, during the libtard years, YouTube was certainly like financially motivated to be libtarded. Well, now that that's over, you're going to start seeing more and more corporations either do away with like complete, like move away from just like lib shit and maybe appear neutral, or they'll start to be more overtly right wing.
Do you remember when Obama pushed the net neutrality stuff?
Yeah.
So it's my understanding that the idea of the net neutrality was they come in and they say, hey, we need to make the internet and the sites on the internet available to everybody, because if we don't, people can throttle data based on what people want. So they gave Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and these platforms the ability to be posting platforms where if the law was broken on them, they wouldn't be held responsible if they worked with them, as long as they kept it as a utility. But what kind of happened was they just double dipped. So Zuckerberg was like, okay, I'm not going to get in trouble for anything, but I don't control it. But then he took the benefit over time of not getting in trouble for anything, like it was a public thing, but also censoring stuff.
Oh, by the way,
was what they tried to stop in the first place.
InLiquid is pumping right now, dude.
So
InLiquid is up.
Yeah, they're putting extra sugar in the Kool-Aid, dude.
They're doing the suicide, dude. They're mixing all the flavors.
So it's just interesting where we've landed with all the social media sites, because like the way that was set up, if I'm understanding it right, is like if a snuff film gets posted on X and it's illegal, they have to take it down, and there's like a CPR something or whatever. It's like the system that allows them to take stuff down over all the sites if it gets listed there. But they can't control it. Like, they're not responsible. It's not a news or a media outlet thing. But now what all the sites are doing is they're getting the freedom to not be in trouble for what's posted on their site, and they're controlling what's on the site. So they're getting the benefits on both sides, which is I'm not being a conspiracy theorist, Colcott. You can look this up. This is what net
I ignore
neutrality
him.
did.
He's rude.
This is what net neutrality did. It was set up to
He's a rude boy.
So that it's like, okay, you can post whatever you want on here, but if they post something illegal, we're not held responsible, but we also aren't in control of it. But now they're not responsible for negative stuff, and they get to control it.
Yeah.
So it's like, which one is it?
You know, what'd be cool is if you could still buy a car for like $500. That went away because of Obama.
Yeah, that's I did see a Volvo with 260,000 miles up on the Canadian border for $750.
Something happened with that cash for clunkers shit where the used car market where you could buy just like a shit box for like a few $100.
Yep.
That does not exist anymore. So
it's because you can't get the used parts.
Yeah, because it's like now even everyone's getting priced out of even used cars, because like a used car now is at the low end is going to cost you like $9,000-$10,000.
So here's now I do have a conspiracy theory, and you'll love this, Dalton, because this.
Hold
fits
on, we
right
got to play
into
this video real quick.
This fits right into the left.
We got a Cornfit Radio request.
Okay.
You hit the most recent link I sent.
I don't want to get it shut down.
This won't. It shouldn't.
This looks.
Dude,
you get
Cornfit Radio 148.8 KNIGG the church.
Okay. Who
Drew asked for this.
Drew did. Hey, can you guys, Sarah, if you're still listening, can you please go on your brother's hard drive real quick and just see what he's got on?
Dude, this is good shit. Unmute it. This is good. This is Japanese. I don't know if this is the one they wanted.
Dude, I'm having a seizure, dude.
Oh no, it's in English. Well,
this Speed Racer chick? What is this?
You remember Sailor Moon?
Nah, dude. I saw Akira on VHS. It's like, is this anime like Power Ranger girls?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I had Gem and the Rockers. That's what I had.
Shit, man.
There was another one too. There was Gem and the Rockers, and then there was like another band, like girl band, like that cartoon.
No, that's good shit. I can't remember what the plot said.
Maybe it's Barbie and the
They
Holograms.
they had some like astrology powers where, because Sailor Moon's where the fucking the trope comes from of like the dressing up transformation, where she would be like sailor powers activate, and it would be this whole big anime transformation sequence where she just like changes her clothes. It's like the only thing that's happening. So
the whole premise is, what if a woman can get ready really quick?
Yeah, yeah, that's the superpower she was given.
That's her superpower. She's the only woman that can get ready.
Yeah, because I think like one of the recent seasons of Rick and Morty had a funny joke about that, where it was like Jerry. They did like a Sailor Moon thing for Jerry. It was fun. It was, folks, check out Adult Swim. What was that? Damn, dude.
Oh, I was gonna say my quick conspiracy theory.
Oh yeah.
So, all right. So you know how we had COVID and like 9/11 and like all the stuff that goes on, right?
Oh man, simpler times.
In the stuff, right? And so the banks are letting you borrow credit cards and money and stuff, right?
They should not have done that with me, dude. They shouldn't have trusted me.
But they do it with everybody, right? So they give credit out to everybody.
Sure.
And most people are like, "Oh, I'm just going to take my credit card. I get a $1,500 bill, and then at the end of the month I pay it, or $500 and I pay it." What if the banks go through, right, and they can see everybody's spreadsheets of what they owe and when they're about to break interest rates, right? And then since they run everything, the wars and everything, they just said, let's cause a crisis, like shut down work.
Did you say crisis?
Yeah, crisis. No, a crisis. A crisis. Sorry. And then it delays everything. And then people they miss like one way paying it off. So they start getting a little bit of interest, right? And then they charge a little bit more. and they keep doing it just enough, similar to like Obama with the cars. You used to be able to buy cheap cars. And so then you can't buy the cheap cars, so you have to buy newer cars. And at first, people just have a payment, it's no big deal. But then you throw another issue on top of it, and now it's 2 or 3. And then all they got to get, if they, there's 360 million Americans. If they can just get each
that's
American,
what the census says.
right? Yeah. But if they can get that many people just to pay $50 a month in interest, $100 a month in interest, $1,000 a month in interest, depending on what they're doing, they're basically, the banks are just making this passive income. And then if they fuck up, the government just steals all the money and pays them back anyways, and causes inflation because they're too big to fail. And we get hit anyways. So we either pay them because they keep fucking us over and we end up having no choice but to take, like during COVID, tons of small businesses had to take out loans that they can't default on.
Yeah.
Or let their business go.
I wish I got in on that PPP
And then a
loan
bunch
shit.
of kids took out loans for colleges that they have to pay interest on. And then they give out credit cards. So, and then they keep creating these, man-made, a crisis that's man-made that puts you in a financial bind. And every time they do that, people are paying more and more interest. And they keep you right at the level where you can keep paying it and surviving, and you're not going bankrupt, but you can't get anywhere. And they have all the numbers in the computers. It would be pretty easy to do. I definitely think they're doing that.
Dude, when I was 18, I took out a fucking private student loan with Wells Fargo. And somewhere along the way, they got out of the loan business. And I thought, oh, cool, I won't have to pay it back. And they were like, no, we're just selling the loan to a different company.
I don't have an agreement with them. Be like, I don't know them anything. I owe this guy.
That was the thing that got me is somehow they sent it over to this company called First Mark Services, and so I have to pay it with them now.
No.
But it's been like I got that loan when I was 18, and then when I was 22 is when the payments had to start on it. So it's been like 10 years I've been making payments on this thing, and I just beat it back to the principal.
Have you ever seen that Jew in shorts? It's just like a Jewish attorney sitting in like a rocking chair or whatever, and somebody off screen is asking him questions.
Maybe.
And he's like, so if I'm on the no call list and I get a phone call, you can get me money for that. And he's like, I can get you $1,500 per call. Just call us up. And he's like, if somebody sells my debt to somebody else, do I have to pay them back? He's like, no. And actually, if they call you, I can get you $1,500 for that. Have you ever seen that guy?
I think I have seen this guy.
Yeah. You go into the comments and you go everywhere. There's no links to get his services or whatever. So I always see that and I'm like, what's the end game here?
Yeah, dude. And yeah, when I went crazy, when I had my little snafu, there were some things that happened where it's like, I can never use PayPal again unless I pay them what I owe them, which is like too much for me to even regain. Yeah. It's like, you know what? PayPal's not even worth it.
Yeah.
I just won't ever use PayPal again. And then I got a couple credit cards that it's just like, yeah, I just have fucked up credit for a while because like, there was scant payment made on them things.
Yeah.
But I do be paying the student loan, and then I'll figure something out along the way. But it turns out, if you're willing to drastically lower your standards for quality of life, you can completely drown yourself in unmanageable debt and just be okay.
So Tim Dillon talked about how he was like, he defaulted on and went into foreclosure on his house. But after that, he was still able to get some money in the heyday. And he had some credit cards and some loans. And he was like, I'm just going to die in debt, I guess.
Yeah. We all will.
And he was like, and so he's like, well, I'm just going to keep plugging away what I'm doing. He's like, I can keep a roof overhead. I can eat. They can't really throw me in debtor's jail or whatever. So I'm just going to keep doing this and doing what I want to do. And then the Patreon and stuff took off. So he's like, I guess I can pay these things off. And so eventually it was like, if you just keep up with it and become super rich, you can just pay all your debts off.
I heard Ron
you don't even
White.
need credit because you have so much cash that you can just buy whatever you need.
I heard Ron White tell a similar story that when Blue Collar Comedy Tour took off and he all of a sudden he was making like stupid money, he just was neglecting his taxes and ended up owing the IRS like over $1 million.
Ugh.
But by the time he owed that and they came for him, he just was able to hand them that money.
Yeah.
And he was like, all right, that was easy.
That's going to be my plan because I don't want to sell my crypto. But I took a big pay cut because I'm paying all these fucking tariffs. Trump and these tariffs, dude. I mean, it's working, but he lied about what the things are. I got to take a piss, so either wait for me or end the show. I'll be right back.
We got one more. I'll play the next Cornfed Radio. This is Pandatron requested this. This is The Offspring. All I Want. Cornfed Radio 148.8 KNIGG. The Chirp.
Day after day, you're my life correct. The powers that be just bring down your neck. You get no respect, you get no relief. You gotta speak up and yet out to free. So back off the rules, back off the job, cause I'm sick of not having to stay alive. Leave me alone, I feel alive. I don't wanna be controlled. So I want, so I want, so I want. How many times is it gonna take to someone around you hears what you say? You try being cool, you feel like a lie. You play by the rules, now veterans try. So back up your rules, back up your joggers. I'm sick of not having to stay alive. Leave me alone, gotta feel alive. Just don't wanna be controlled. It's all I want. It's all I want.
I thought you figured out last week how you do, or a couple weeks ago, how to play it.
I said it before, say it again. You can just listen to my next say. So back up your rules, back up your joggers. I'm sick of not having to stay alive. Leave me alone, gotta feel alive. Just don't wanna be controlled. It's all I want. It's all I want. It's all I want.
Wow. That was good.
Um,
All right.
did you
Patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. What were you going to say?
have you seen the trend of kids with boomer parents pranking them with a homeless AI guy?
No.
So basically, they text like their mom. They take AI and they put they take a picture of them like opening the door, and then they put an AI homeless guy on the other side.
Oh, yeah. I think I
And
have
they
seen
text
this.
their mom the photo, and they're like, "Hey, this guy showed up at the house. He claims you know him from high school, or whatever." And then the mother types back, "I don't know him. Don't let him in." And then the next picture is like him sitting on the couch, and they're giving him water, and he's like, "He says he
Yes.
knows you." And then
Yeah.
then they have a picture of him like in bed taking a nap, and the parents are flipping out because they don't know the difference between AI and reality.
Yeah, I've seen this.
I will say they're getting pretty good. Like I saw a Michael Jackson and Prince thing recently, and I saw a bunch of Michael Jackson ones. They still hit the uncanny valley, but
Well, yeah, this band in the chat is talking about Spotify recommended this shit to me. Geese. I started listening to it. It's all right. Yeah, dude, AI is the shit. AI is cool. We support AI here. I mean, my business partner is an artificial intelligence, Lily Abernathy. So, who am I to condemn AI at this point?
some of them are hilarious though. I was looking at one. Have you seen the Indian guys now that are doing like the Trump supporter AI, and all the Trump MAGA boomers are like falling for it? It's like a hot blonde in a bikini, like saying, "Hey, if if you love Donald Trump, then make sure you follow me because we're whatever.
Yeah, is this it? Is this whatever you got pulled up?
I can't find. I'm
I
just
don't
going
know,
through
that's
my
creepy.
Twitter feed.
The first one was an AI child. I don't like that.
I'm just scrolling through my Twitter
That's
feed.
malicious use of AI.
Try to find it, and I don't see it anywhere. I was just trying to find that one. I don't have anything pulled up. I'm just going through
we should probably wrap this up,
dude.
dude.
As soon as they made an announcement. I haven't been on Twitter in a couple of days, right?
I'm not a pedophile at all.
And then I came on, and everybody was talking about people getting paid $7,000 for posts by Israel.
I saw this and I heard about it.
And then I heard that Elon Musk admitted, or there was leaked thing that he was throttling pro-Israel stuff on Twitter or whatever, and suppressing anti-Israel stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, let me see. And then I'm like, let me see for myself. And I'm like, I don't know if he turned it off for plausible deniability, but I opened up my feed and it was literally just all Nick Fuentes, all anti-Israel, all that chick with the super red makeup, I think Isabella Moody or whatever. Saying the N-word and stuff. I was like, well, my feed is not suppressed, so I don't know if it's if it's what they're saying is real, or just trying to find this.
Dude, the kind of shit I like is this. There's this account on. Oh shit! Hold on. God damn it! I'll be right. Oh, my shit froze.
That's all right. Here I am, guys. I know you guys all tune in to see me anyways. Dalton's kind of washed up. I'm the star of the show now. Hilarious. The beard's great.
I was going to
Everybody
show you.
loves
There's
me.
this account. We'll close on this. There's an account I follow who I really like. She calls herself Strange Girl. And this kind of shit I like looking at on Twitter is, look at this. She's dressed up as Cartman.
Okay.
But notice something in this
I like pretty girls.
Notice something here. Why is it not zooming
Is
in?
that her penis head coming out of the top of her
That
thing?
is the beginning of what I assume is a bushel of pubic hairs.
That's not her penis head?
I don't think that's a penis head. She might be trans. I don't know.
Okay, so no, I thought that was her.
I don't think she's trans.
Her thick mushroom head popping up out of her shorts.
I think that's just that's like the what do they call that? The treasure trail.
Yeah, so we've
that
had
one
this
looks lush, dude. That's a treasure forest.
I'm not getting that. I'm getting a lot of Cardi B and a lot of Ice Spice
Yeah, but this
wearing
lady's cool.
see-through stuff. Yeah, I like cosplay chicks like that. I said this before about the internet, is on the internet, there's no such thing as gender. It's just digital pixels, right?
Yeah, so it's not gay to jack off to a woman with a penis.
So because that woman what's the Zelda woman's name?
Hunter Schafer?
Yeah, Hunter Schafer online with the way that they're doing the lighting and the makeup and everything looks exactly like a woman.
Damn, this woman
Digitally.
might be trans, dude. Did I get tricked?
Dude, you get trapped, dude.
Is she trans?
Oh, that's boobies.
Fuck, dude. I might have gotten tricked.
Well, it's not trans online. You can only get tricked in real life.
No, she's not trans. She just has really thick pubes.
You know what I mean? Because it's this is making the rounds again, dude. I forgot about these videos. These are hilarious. All right, let's end the show here, dude, on this video.
I mean, I look, I got no objections to a beautiful trans woman. I don't like getting tricked.
You got trapped, dude. That's why they call him a trap.
Yeah, see, she's not. I don't think it's that she's trans. It's just that she's disgusting. Because look at this shit, dude. Gross. Definitely not going to jack off to this later.
I don't mind armpit hair.
I'm definitely not going to tug on my penis looking at this photo later.
She doesn't do it for me though. She's not natural enough. But I found an oldie but a goodie on Twitter, dude.
What's this?
This oldie but a goodie, dude. You never seen these?
Well, oh, it's a fire rescue in reverse. That's good. That's just good, clean fun right there.
Yeah, it's the racist guys being mean, but it's white firefighters putting black kids into a burning building.
Yeah, that's good.
There was a bunch of them at one time. It was like Anthony Cumia's fucking whole timeline.
Yeah.
Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. This is, I mean, we won't steal Jay Okerson's bit, but he basically just pulls up his timeline now and does a live stream.
Yeah, we don't want to steal his bit of reacting to things on the internet.
Yeah, dude.
A Big J original.
Big J original, dude. Live streaming, reacting to stuff
reacting
on the internet,
to shit on the internet.
Dude, he's pioneer, dude.
Okerson.
He's a pioneer. Oh, Robbie's here. Hi, Robbie. Yeah.
Yeah, Robbie. His ears were ringing when we were looking at girls who may or may not be trans. He said,
yeah, dude.
Yeah. They're getting into my kind of thing now.
I think we had a pretty good show. Everybody should go. So show the show to 50 friends so that we can grow the show, get the Patreon up there. I have something in the works. Oh, actually, I want to try it. Can I try something since it's late real quick? Because I have something in the works.
Is it legal?
No, but this but
I'm
I need
not
to
a
test
pedophile
it.
at all.
I need to test it first, so let me see if it would work. I need to test it. Give me 1 second.
They respected me for saying it.
Out here in Amish, smoking big doinks in Amish.
Dave, we can't have this kind of dead air.
Sorry. I can't. It doesn't work. Oh, wait. How did I turn the camera around?
The bitch was white! God damn it!
Hold on. This is going to be great. This is going to be... Okay, here it is. Hold on 1 second. We're going to test this for the future.
Jews have no idea what the hell they're doing.
What is this? Oh.
So we're going to test this for next week. Oh, I got to figure out how to turn
I just went ahead and muted it.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to mute this. Oh, I'm still getting echoes.
You're still getting echo? Oh, yeah. I muted it on the stream. You probably don't have it muted live on your end.
Yeah, I'm going to figure out how to do it so I can turn off the mic and everything. I'm going to get a key cam. We're going to have a couple different types of keys with some prices on there.
That's good.
And then when you guys come on the stream, there's going to be a couple different keys. And for a large enough price, you can get a jingle of some golden keys. And when after the golden keys have been jingled, that's it, right? And then I will mail you the golden keys that were jingled on Corn-Fed.
Wow!
So there's gonna be a key cam. All right, I'm working on the key cam for you guys.
Wow, this is pretty quite a spectacle.
Yeah, I mean these are my personal keys, and I talked to my accountant. And he said
they will mail you his personal keys. He will send.
I cannot mail you my personal keys. I shouldn't even be jingling my personal keys on stream if I want to write them off. I talked to my accountant. I have to get business keys for the Corn-Fed account specifically if I'm going to be jingling these professionally for money and for tax purposes. So just so you guys know, I am working on the key cam. That is something that we're going to be bringing to Corn-Fed in the future. I don't know if we're going to do the key cam every week or if it's going to be something we'll do monthly. I think the golden keys, we might have you bid up the golden keys, right? And then at the end of the month, whoever has the highest bid on the golden keys for them being jingled will get the golden keys sent to you. And maybe
if we could keep the kind of money that came in last month going, I won't have to keep subjecting myself to the humiliation and degradation of job interviews that turn into rejections. So,
Can you drive?
Yeah.
Is your car reliable?
Yeah.
I know that the medical place that I'm working with is hiring places.
Oh no,
it's a lot of driving though.
I can drive a license. I have whatever I do has to be remote for a lot of reasons. But yeah, I mean, it's like, never mind. I don't want to talk about this. I'm a 1099 independent contractor. Please keep doing super chats and subscribe to Patreon. We're gonna I think
Dalton and I are trying to become professional broadcasters, which is why the key cam is in the works. And since you guys stayed around 4 hours and 14 minutes, you got a sneak preview. Next week, guys, we got Dork Court on.
Dork Court.
I need you to work on 30 to 60 seconds of probably the best way to do stand-up is no audience on a digital platform using your phone.
Like, I have not co-signed this idea.
Dude, I'm telling you, the best way to do stand-up is solo, alone in your room with a delay on a camera in front of strangers on the internet. And then we'll roast you afterwards in front of a live audience. You know, we have to bring Dork Court to the future, because once they start making money, we can sue Tony Hinchcliffe for stealing their idea.
I don't want that smoke, dude.
Well, maybe Tony should have thought about that before he stole he stole the whole joke. He's basically the Carlos Mencia of podcasts without the funniness. Don't insult
Mencia like that.
He took the intellectual property of Drew and Miguel from Dork Court, rebranded it, got a fat guy that was friends from Joe Rogan to play some sound effects in the background. And I don't appreciate it. So we're going to have...
I am afraid of the hunger. Oh, shit. What just happened to my screen?
I can see you.
Okay. I am afraid of the hungry wolf, dude. I don't want his fangs to sink into me.
Dude, look, next week's going to be unbelievable.
I want to get wolf bit.
It's going to be unbelievable next week. It's going to be the greatest night of you guys' lives. We're going to have Miguel and Drew here. And if we can, if you guys want to get on, we're going to pull you on and we're going to give you the full floor, the full screen. You're going to be in 16 by 10 or whatever the size.
You've had an old boy from Oklahoma whip your ass.
And you can do 30 to 60 seconds of stand up.
Oh, Dave, I have good news, by the way.
Okay.
Things that feel illegal but are actually legal. Marrying your stepbrother or stepsister. Technically, you're not blood related, and there are no U.S. laws that prevent you from engaging in holy matrimony with your step-sibling, although it may raise some ethical questions.
Okay. Is that a YouTube lawyer?
Kev's got you covered. You'll hear him say, Kev's got you covered.
I don't even know what that guy looks like. But
oh, dude, he's amazing. He's this lawyer on TikTok who's wearing like the most garish toupee, and then he's just like iced out, dude. He's got this like ridiculous suit on with like a fucking pocket watch chain or like those old timey chains on it.
Yeah.
And he's got a ring on each of his fingers. He's got 10 rings. He's got these big ass rings, dude. He's iced out.
Is he like my age?
No, he's older. He's got to be in his 60s, maybe his 70s. But
TikTok's been taken over by boomers then too now, huh?
Dude,
everybody's
incredible.
on TikTok, but
he does those like lawyer advice videos or whatever, like how the law actually works. And he's just this very like charismatic, seemingly like huckstery type of lawyer, but dude, I love that. Dude, Kev's got you covered is awesome. Dude, I love that guy.
Guys, check out Kev's Got You Covered.
Dude, check out Kev's Got You Covered.
He's on TikTok. Hey, just so you know, no longer owned by the Chinese. It's owned by a Jewish man now. TikTok. Yeah.
Jews have no idea what the hell they're doing.
All right. Oh, we didn't even get into that.
Yeah, well,
but the Riyadh Festival.
Oh yeah, we'll save
But-
that, dude. I'm sick of hearing about that shit anyway, dude. It's like, I don't know. I'm tired of giving a shit about what comedians do, or like comedians and comedy, all of it. It should have never become that important anyway. And then they made it somehow it became like the most important thing of all time. And now you have like Theo Von desperately pleading with the public that he doesn't want to be in. He didn't consent to the fucking DHS using him in their propaganda. It's like, well, you, goddamn, it's like, well, you fucking interviewed Trump and JD Vance during the election. So I
get that.
obviously you endorsed this shit, but it's the issue I take is like, none of y'all motherfuckers should ever even become this important to be in. Like everybody got into this because it's a fucking stupid way to live your life and still make money and pay your bills. But then all these fucking jesters privilege motherfuckers all of a sudden decided they wanted to, I guess, like extend the boundaries of jester's privilege, but in doing so, they've actually absconded, or what's the word?
I will say this:
they discarded jester's privilege in favor of becoming like important figures, and and now Bradley Cooper's making a fucking movie about an open micer, and that looks stupid. It was always supposed to just be a dumb fucking stupid thing that people do to make people laugh, and then due to whatever infrastructures are in place, it counts, and you can actually pay your bills doing it.
Yeah, I will say on the Theo Von thing is, I don't believe in intellectual property or whatever, but it is kind of like imagine there was a really hot button issue and then they just take you out of content, and they took him making that joke with a girl handed him the phone and said so-and-so got deported, and he's like, oh, sorry. And they attached that to hit, and they made this weird White House political campaign with his name in it and attached him to a political campaign. That is kind of fucked.
Well, I mean, but yeah, that's what everyone voted for. It's like, it was like, during the election season, it'd
be good publicity for us. So I hope they
during
do it
the
to
election
us,
season, the fucking Trump campaign, very explicitly telegraphed and projected that this is going to be. I don't know what other word to use. It's a buzzword, and I don't know what it means anymore, really, or if I ever knew what it meant. But it felt like they were telling us, like, this is going to be a fascist regime. And so we need your vote to take over America. And then all these motherfuckers endorsed it because they were like, I'm tired of woke or whatever. And they weren't, it seems like they were just like ignoring or weren't paying attention to the actual fucking shit they were saying. And so now they get, he gets elected, and they're doing all the things they said they were going to do. And they're left aghast by this. And also by the fact that they're using their likenesses in these, at least in the case of Theo, that they're using his likeness in these videos. And it's like, well, yeah, like, you have no recourse now. The government's going to fucking do this shit. And it's like, what are you going to do? Hire a fucking lawyer?
Well,
you're going to drag this out.
Yeah, I get that. As somebody that's kind of like anti-government all around, but when Biden was in office, they had the Twitter files. So Biden and the FBI and the CIA were, pretty much strong-arming Zuckerberg and Jack that owned Twitter prior into what they could or couldn't post. So it's not like the government wasn't involved in this prior. Now with Trump, they're doing it again. But then the alternative was the Democratic Party, who votes in, were forced a candidate that they didn't even elect.
Sure.
That was put into things. So it's like, I'm not saying it's not the argument. I'm not making the argument that, well, Kamala wouldn't be any better. My argument is government fucking sucks. And they always try to fuck you in the ass and take you money and rape you and throw you in cages and force you to do shit. And it's just going to continue to escalate.
Sure,
and rather than fascism or communism, I prefer totalitarianism, because that's what it is. It's just authoritarians trying to control us as slaves.
Sure. Yeah, they want us to be the permanent serf class, which I know sounds fun, but
And you know what'll be great is Dalton and I are going to get famous, and then you guys, this will be like Hunger Games. We'll be in some fancy outfits. You guys will be the plebs for us.
What gets me is like the fucking official DHS account cuts this video together. Like one of the ones they did was like the Pokemon. They did like a Pokemon mashup.
I saw the one with the midget,
but it was
or whatever it was.
The Pokemon one. Everybody was like, "Finally, Nintendo's going to sue them," and it's like, "No, they're not. They're going to get away with this because it's like it's the state itself. So you think Nintendo is going to bring a lawsuit against the fucking United States government? They'll bring it against you. Like if you have a baby that dies and you want to get a tombstone that looks like Pikachu, they will sue you and make you dig up your baby's corpse and rebury it with a non-Pokemon tombstone. But if the government cuts a video together that's like very aggressively anti-immigration, ICE is going to round up the Mexicans, and we're doing it like we're going to put in pictures of Pikachu in here. Nintendo's not going to come after the fucking United States government.
So here's what I will say, and you'll be like, well, he's a mean guy or whatever. Biden used Chris Cantwell in his ads when he ran, saying here's a white supremacist that I'm going to stop. And so I get it that people are going to be like, well, Chris Cantwell is a white supremacist. He's an asshole. He's the crying Nazi. But does that give the current president of the United States the right to use his likeness and then make his life a living hell in an ad? And like Trump's doing it to Theo now. Biden did it with that guy. And sure, you can get into the details of like morality of like.
They've abandoned just any sort of facade of decorum at all. Like at least in the past, it was like they at least did the performance of like that they were congenial in any way. And now they've gone completely mask off, and they're posting like fucking Aryan like propaganda montages, like that one. It was like that one where it was like something about taking back the country, or this is what the country will be like when all the illegals are removed. And at one point there was a quick flash of the fucking Mac Tonight, the McDonald's crescent moon guy with the glasses.
Yeah.
That's been on the internet for probably like 20 years as it's like even listed on the ADL website as a like a hate symbol, because it was like this thing called Moon Man. I think it still exists, but for whatever reason, all these like neo-Nazi guys online adopted the McDonald's moon guy, and they called him Moon Man. And there's like the pictures are pretty funny, where it's like somebody who made a mask of the Moon Man with the glasses.
Yeah.
He's got two swastika flags on either side. But it's like a known hate symbol.
And you say that the right is not creative, Dalton.
That is, yeah, you're right. But it was that video that the DHS posted where they showed the fucking Moon Man thing is like, that's not even a dog whistle. That's like overtly associated with like neo-Nazi organizations.
So when Obama started quote unquote dog whistling to people to come to America illegally, right? And people are like, well, Obama deported more people than ever. And it's like, so what they're all doing, but Obama, Biden, Bush did it, Trump's doing it, is they kind of like the open borders because they get the people that they want into the country, and then they just use ICE or the IRS to get the ones that come that they don't want out. So they can kind of filter in new voters based on what their party needs.
Oh, by the way, I was gonna the timing on this is bad, but pretend that Sara just said the word mud floods. What, you mean what's happening in Minnesota? Okay.
But so like they lured a bunch of people here with the false promise of citizenship, and then they've been in limbo. And those people that moved here dropped everything in their other country to get the United States with the promise from Obama and that administration that have been in limbo this whole time. When that was happening, right, and the right was saying, don't come here because you're not going to be able to get citizenship, you'll be in whatever. As a libertarian, I remember precisely saying what'll happen is the left is going to invite them here. They're going to move here. They're not going to get in office. And then eventually a right-wing guy will get in, and then he'll use ICE to deport them all. And then they'll be fucked again because they won't have their original country and they won't have their new host country. And everybody's like, no, you're racist, you're crazy.
Terminal with Tom Hanks. Everybody got to be terminal.
And I'm like, the government is just whoever's in power is like a goldfish brain. So like now, like they gave all this power to Biden, right? And they're like, oh, we got to give him all this power. And then Trump wins, and they're like, oh fuck, we just gave all this power to Trump. And it's like, yeah, who's like you have goldfish brain. You can't give people power and then not expect evil people to want to get that position because then they get that power. It's like, you know, it's you're either being dishonest or you have goldfish brain where you can't think that far into the future that a bad person, when you give any sort of power, that your enemies will then wield that against you.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
Patreon.com.
I hate the government. Everybody, if you can, go down to your local government and tear it down.
No,
burn it to the
that.
ground.
Do not
burn the government to the ground.
Any seditious insurrection or terroristic activities. He's joking. This is
no, I just watched Battle of Battle, and I learned that
to battle to another.
Yeah, to battle to another. The only way to do this is through healthy revolt. Fight mafia with
that
mafia.
Kind of is the message of the movie. It's like
it's the left message.
The movie is not saying that you should do like violent domestic terrorism. In fact, one might walk away from the movie with their takeaway being that it's ill-advised and counterintuitive to do any sort of violence upon anybody in an effort to affect any sort of change, and that it's the waters more murky than that. But anyway, I'll have to think about it. I guess I'm a libtard. Patreon.com/
Dalton's a libtard. I'm based. He's cringed.
Patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. Buy a shirt, buy a stickers, buy a keychain. BPNmart.com is the store. That's BPNmart.com.
That's maybe what I'll do is I'll order 3 keychains from the BPN network. I'll put keys on them.
Oh, that's another one. You got ATM machine, PIN number, MAOI inhibitor, BPN network. It's already Billionaire Podcast Network.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
And that's the show, everybody. Thank you. I love you. We'll be back on this channel. I will throughout the coming days. And stay tuned. I love you. Please be safe.
Yeah, only the real ones stayed in 4 hours and 30 minutes. So we appreciate you guys. We won't forget you guys.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.